Yeah. Other than that, it's been a good week so far.
That's good. It looks like we're live now anyhow. Ain't nobody in the room just yet because nobody knows we're doing this. So let's
That's
give it a
fine.
couple of minutes before we really get talking. We can talk with each other while we wait.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this was a pretty, I won't get into it right now, but it was a pretty eye-opening experience yesterday. Um, because, I've heard Steve Hoka and a couple others talk a lot about the problems and the dangers of cold approaching, but I guess until you actually experience it for yourself, it's hard to have a good perspective on exactly where y'all are coming from. But now that I've been through a few of these, especially after yesterday, that pretty much puts the nail in the coffin, Bill. And I
Well,
think
I've
what
always,
once
you're not back years ago. Neighbors knew each other. Everybody knew each other in your neighborhood. Everybody looked out for each other. You had general care. You couldn't have gotten by with even back then, but back then you didn't have the issue. Okay, you
right,
know today's society is so disconnected. Most people don't know their neighbors whatsoever. Okay, and that's the majority. And then on top of that, people are, the propaganda, feminism, and media, and all the male bashing and male shaming and everything that's gone on. The mindset now is women just don't care. They don't need you. And there's women that actually believe all the crap that how violent you are, Aiden, because you're a man. How
right,
deadly you are, how you could be a predator, you could be a rapist, you could be, they got all these bad labels on you just because you was born with a penis between your legs and
mm-hmm,
you're hated. Okay, so, but
yeah,
yeah, we got like 5 people in here now, and I'm up here today with Hayden. He asked me if I'd come up live with him. He has something he wants to talk about, and that's the name I gave the video, the Code Approach Experience. Okay, so Hayden, why don't you go ahead and tell us what happened?
right on, right on. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Bill, for putting on this stream this evening, and thank you those online for tuning in. I wanted to talk a little bit about a cold approach that I decided to initiate with a familiar lady yesterday. So it's not a cold approach in the sense that she was a complete stranger and I had approached her for the first time. We have known
The
each other by face.
Hayden, that makes it even worse because
Yes.
the code approach to a perfect stranger can turn out very bad. But when it's somebody that already knows you, oh, this is even worse. Go ahead.
So just to provide everybody in the chat with a little bit of context, this particular lady is a cash register who rings me out at the local farm that I buy some of my produce from. And I would say I've been going there weekly now for a very long time. And over the past, I would say 12 or 13 weeks, I've seen her and she's been the one cashing me out on the days that I go personally. So we never really got to know each other, but as she would ring me out and help me load up all of my produce, we would just have small chat. She goes to a college right across the street that I used to go to myself. So we would just talk about her classes and whatever, but I never took the chance to actually know her name or get to know her on a deeper level. So this is where I'm coming from with this. And
Right.
okay, as far as now, I want to talk a little bit about her facial expression and her body language. So one of the things that I noticed every time that I would go there is as soon as she would see me walk through the door, her eyes would light up, her facial expression would get very positive, and her body language become, um, for lack of a better term, positive as well. And every time we would check out, I would get really just sometimes you can tell when a woman or you can seemingly tell that she's interested in you if she gets a little bit nervous, but not nervous in a bad way. It was more of a kind of an antsy, kind of an anxious feeling in a good way, like they're happy that you're around, but they're kind of nervous or insecure about it because they don't know really how to interact. And I could kind of tell that this is how she was. She obviously wasn't repulsed by me by any means. Like every single body language factor that she was giving me was an indicator of interest. So that's sort of how I was gauging it in my mindset as the weeks would go by. But it never occurred to me to actually, try to give her my number or anything like that because I really just didn't have any care for it. But so fast forwarding, um, over the last 3 weeks or so, she would take it upon herself to just ask me a question here or there right before I leave. How was your day at work? Haven't seen you in a while, things of that nature. So, in my mind, when a woman says those kinds of things to you, not really knowing you, that kind of tells me that there could be some interest there and it may be worth it to engage back. And so, we would do that. We would engage in small talk and I would go about my day. So, this is where it gets interesting. Yesterday, I go and I purchase some milk and eggs. She's there, she's cashing me out, and I'm getting ready to leave. And something in my head tells me, you know what? You've been seeing this girl once a week to get your food for the past 12, 13 weeks. She's a pretty attractive woman. Why not put your phone number on a card and your name and give it to her and see if she wants to hang out sometime? So I let a few of the customers kind of clear their way out. And as soon as they left, I took a piece of card. I wrote my number down on it. I put my name on it and I walked back into the shop and I handed it to her and I said, "Hey, I can't stay right now, but if you're interested, here's my number. Maybe we can hang out sometime." And Bill, the unexpected happened. If you could have seen the look on her face and the complete 180 shift in her body language as soon as I handed her the card, your jaw would have dropped. Because sorry, not the minute, but the moment I handed her the card with my number and name on it, everything changed. All of that positive energy and all of that seeming indicator of interest completely
The
turned
the
into a
ew.
disinterest.
Yep, right.
Yes, it immediately kicked in.
Yeah, see, that's that discussion like that.
Immediately.
It's like that. Ew, yuck! How dare you?
So pretty much the moment that I handed her the card and saw the look on her face, I knew that that was not a good choice to make.
Oh,
And normally she says a few things right before I leave. I handed her the card. Bill, she did not say a word to me. She just kind of stood there in shock as if she did not want anything to do with me handing her that card and approaching her that way. So
how
I
dare
left and
you?
I said,
How dare you, Hayden? I mean, how could you dare to ask her out, you undesirable? Oh, I mean, this is the retarded state of mind we have in today's society.
yep. And like I said, like I told you at the beginning of the stream, I didn't just meet her for the very first time this day. We've been seeing each other once a week to
Right.
exchange produce for about 13 weeks, but
What do
I
you
just thought
think, Hayden?
that was a shocker.
But she's selling produce to the public, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so then I guess my only other question I could say is, when you went into the market before all this time and you seen the body language you seen that could lead you that direction, okay?
Hmm.
You had small chit chat over each time you go, okay? So that's more positive signs. So I agree with all your positive signs.
Right.
But maybe she was, now I'm not trying to stick up for her, no means, okay? Because it wouldn't change the body language of what happened when you give her the card, okay?
Right.
But maybe what you were really seeing was that fake face that they put on for all customers to keep their job.
Well, I'll have to stop you right there, Bill, because there are times where I walk in and there's customers ahead of me, like several customers, single guys just buying their stuff, and she won't make conversation with them the way she does with me. So that's how I kind of came to the conclusion that she might have more interest in me than just
Okay,
putting on
yeah,
that persona
yeah.
for her business,
I was only throwing the option out there, and I was
Right.
not there, so that was just one option you could possibly have. But
Right.
if that wasn't, she was not talking to all the customers and she centered you out, then that makes us even worse because it's like, okay, I'm gonna prick tease this motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah. It's normally, guy walks up, asks what he's gonna buy, and she'll say, "Okay, your total is blah blah blah," and that'll pretty much be the end of the interaction. Have a good day, all that stuff.
Right.
When I go to do it, I tell her what I want, hand her my card, your total is blah blah blah, and then I sort of just sit there, minding my own business, waiting for my card to be returned, and then she'll interrupt me and how was your day? How was work? Or things like that, which she doesn't say to some of the other customers. So that's how I'm coming to the conclusion that what, in my head, she probably has more interest in me. Maybe this could lead to something. Maybe this could lead to a date. Why not? So that's where I'm coming from. That's how I came to the conclusion that yes, she probably does have interest in me. But after yesterday, it all seemingly is just a show. It's just an act that she was putting on.
Yeah, she never saw it coming that you might be interested in asking her out. And oh my golly, I can't go from the cash register out to a place to eat or anything and talk to you. No, I couldn't
Right.
take the time to get to know you. No.
Right. And it's just I think the biggest reason to everybody in the chat why I wanted to share this experience with you guys was because in a way it strongly reaffirms everything that Bill and everything that Steve have been saying about cold approach for years now, is that in order for you to really know, and I mean really know, if a woman has interest in you, the bottom line is that she's going to have to move into your zone first. You will not have to be the one to take initiative in exchanging numbers, asking for a date, asking, hey, do you want to hang out sometime? Because clearly, in my situation, this woman was giving me every single indicator of interest that I could think of. But in the end, it was all a
Yeah,
fraud. It
well,
was all a fake.
unfortunately, Hayden, as sad as that is, and as evil and wrong as that is,
Hmm.
okay, women are notorious for this. I'll give you an example that's not exactly the same, but I've seen this happen so many times. But
Hmm.
this is how bad it actually gets in real life. Okay, there's this female who used to be with my brother. Okay,
Okay.
and so on Sunday morning when I was staying there with them, okay, she'd get up out of bed every Sunday. She'd go to church, right? So she'd get
Right.
up out of bed cussing at everybody in the house and treating her kids like complete dirt and calling them little assholes and I mean just cussing them out and saying, "Come here, you fucking little retard," and blah
Yeah.
blah blah to her children and treating everybody in the house like complete dirt with a bad attitude, bad language. Okay, very bitter, very toxic type person. And so she gets up, we go out the door, we get in the van, we go to the church, we get out of the van, she walks into the church and there's a whole new face on. Somewhere along the way, she slid a mask over herself. And out comes the most beautiful, respectful, polite woman you ever met in your life. And she's this way all the way through church. And you get back in the vehicle to go back home, and here comes the attitude. All complete phony. Okay? And this
Right.
I see happen all the fucking time.
Right. And I guess now it's easy to come to the conclusion that this same attitude women are applying, not just with church example you gave, but also when it comes to interaction with guys. You can't trust their body language, even though you think you'd want to. You can't trust their facial expressions. You can't trust their supposedly positive body language. They have to approach you first. They have to initiate first. They have to tell you, hey, would you be interested in a date sometime? If you're not getting that from a woman, I would say at this point, it's too risky, it's too dangerous.
Well, that's it. So, what do you think about that old PUA pickup artist bullshit? We would have told you to get back on your feet. Don't be upset about this and go cold approach some more.
Well, I would say, Bill, um, you know, obviously they talk about that in the pickup artistry, crap that they talk about. They talk about reading a woman's body language, reading her facial expressions, and obviously, if this worked 100% of the time, the way they claim it does, then yesterday would have been a successful interaction. We would have talked,
Right.
probably would have gone out on a date. But obviously, observable reality and personal experience proved otherwise. So I would
Well,
say,
what would happen with the body language thing, Hayden, is this. You would have actually had to know her off the job, probably, and
hmm
knowing her for real for some amount of time to get to know the her she is. Then you would be able to read her body language every fucking time.
right,
But you're talking about a woman you met already in the job spot, okay?
right,
And our public is so fake. They'll walk into church, and this is not just my brother's ex, but they'll walk into a church, they'll put on their best fake face they have and their best attitude and their everything. They'll put on the show, okay?
yep,
You
yep,
know, it's like if you catch some people when you're on there filming with a video camera nowadays and people start flipping out. Well, that's because they don't want to be on cam because they're busy being real and ain't TV and they ain't putting on a fake face.
right,
Okay? More the majority of the people in today's society, unfortunately, are all going out there putting on fake faces because after all, everything's been told that it's a game. Okay? So part
yeah,
of the game is, of course, you can go out in public and put on your fake face because you don't want nobody to know the real you. And and the people do this when they first meet people do. They put
yeah,
on their fake face, they be everything exactly they're not, and once they actually really get together, they can't keep it. No, the real them comes out. And then by
it's
then,
true.
of course, you're hung. You're in a
Yep,
toxic relationship with a woman who's going to treat you like complete utter shit.
hmm that's very true, Bill.
And that's why I tell people, what are you in a hurry to hit yourself on the head with a hammer? Why are you in a hurry to hit yourself in the head with a hammer? But then I can understand why you are too, because so many guys don't have nobody in their life for so long that it just drives them around the roof.
It's true. Or they get very desperate, and I think that's where this cold approach mentality comes from. It's this psychology of desperation. Men feel like their time is running out, so they have to make a move and make a move quick, and that's where you get a lot of this cold approaching from. Because
Yeah.
if you had a healthy social life and a normal romance life, so to speak, you wouldn't feel the need to approach strange women out in public for whatever reason.
You know what? You did the pickup artist industry pushes all this bullshit. And that guy who called himself caught, well, he had to
Cock from
give,
Germany.
yeah, he had to give the story about approaching 300 women.
Mm,
My only problem with that is first, most guys would never make it through 300 without wanting to kill themselves or somebody else.
right.
Okay, and for one, for two, even if he did cold approach 300 women, to get to hook up with a 300-pound woman on a 300 date that has that has 3 kids. I'm sorry, it's complete made up BS.
It's made up Freemasonry symbolism. 33.
Yes, that's the only reason I called it out is because you had to do the 33 thing. You
Yeah.
know, but wasn't and I didn't say it was no Freemason whatsoever. I would never make that kind of statement, but I think in a sarcastic way, if they don't believe the crap that's going on around them, they might throw that in there just to try to mock you and say, look, conspiracy theorists, you know, not realizing that, no, look, nut job.
Right. Well, Bill, another thing I'll say too is you'd probably be extremely lucky to cold approach 300 women without getting the police called on you or sent to jail for alleged harassment
Oh, hell
charges.
yeah. You
I
know,
mean,
you could have harassment charges. You could make up a lie and try to say you tried to assault her or something. You
yes.
know, you don't know what you could get yourself into. Oh, it could get really deep.
I mean, you approached the wrong woman at the wrong time and it can change your life. So I think if if you know because I'll tell you firsthand, Bill, I've never been the type of individual to feel the need to cold approach. I can always tell right away if it's worth it
Hey,
or
what's
not.
going
And
on, guys?
all the time,
Hey,
it's never been worth it. Hey, Steve, how's it going?
Hey, Hayden. Hey, I just
But
wanted to call in real quick because I haven't called into the show for a while now. So, but it's an interesting topic that you guys are discussing, this whole
yeah,
cold approach thing. It's,
right on. Yep.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, like, it's really just up to the woman, if she shows you signs of interest, and that's really all you can work with.
It's true, but at the same time, it can be deceptive because I had this woman show me every indicator of interest and honest interest. As soon as I pulled the trigger and went for it, it all flipped to 180. So it proved to be false. So it's not always something you can trust, you know?
Yeah, yeah, that's true as well. I mean, they always kind of show mixed signals. I guess they're just trying to be nice on the one hand, but on the other hand, if it's the type of guy they like, then they'll definitely show it. It's always kind of hard to figure out.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, you
Yeah.
have perfect examples like, you'll have some of those older cougar type ladies at the gas station say, like, hey, baby, how's it going? Or have a good day, hon. They'll use those terms, baby, hon, but they don't really mean baby or hon as in like they're attracted to you. That's just how they talk. So,
Right, right, right. Especially down south, everybody calls you hun and
yeah,
baby, and yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
yeah. You're from Tyler, right?
Well, that's where I live. I'm not originally from Tyler, but yeah, that's where I live. But right now, I'm actually in South Africa. I'm doing a little world trip, so
Oh, wow.
it's pretty interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in North Dallas, so
Oh wow. Okay, so you're like 2 hours away from me.
right about.
Okay, awesome. All right. So I mean,
Yeah.
what have your experiences been like here in? Well, I'm not here right now, but in Texas.
Um, well, growing up through middle school, high school, I always had some relatively attractive women showing me interest in wanting to be in relationships whenever I was in high school. But I guess the problem at the time that I had was I used to put it off in the focus of college, career type stuff in the future, sports, athletics. I never really took it seriously, kind of like Hell by the Dashboard used to say. He always thought, he would have the opportunities later on in life to interact with women that were attracted with him. So he put it off. And that's the similar experience that I had. But I've come to realize my experience now is that those same women that would show me interest back in those days wouldn't show me any interest at all these days. So I did have some positive experiences in terms of dating growing up, but now it's just kind of ever since high school graduation, it's gone down, and as the years go by, it just seems to be getting harder and harder, worse and worse to click.
I mean, I'm looking at your picture right now, and you're not a bad-looking guy. Like no homo.
No, well, I've had plenty of women, say, "Oh, you're cute." I've had a lot of women call me cute. I've had women call me attractive, but I guess if it just doesn't work, then it just doesn't work.
well,
And
But I think
that.
what Bill, what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say no. Hayden, that part would be a very accurate statement because you can be attracted to somebody, and that somebody's personality could be the complete opposite of yours. Okay, you
hmm
may have nothing in common at all, and then again, she could be a toxic, psychopathic, self-entitled, you know, person
right,
on top of that. So, this is why I strive to tell people you really got to take the time to get to know each other because
mm,
if you don't do that, the only thing you're ever going to have is failure. But go ahead,
right,
Steve.
Well, I absolutely agree with what you're saying, Bill. But as you mentioned earlier, this social disconnect that exists in our current society makes that just way harder. I mean,
Oh my
I
God,
understand.
you're
I mean, I
correct.
understand that it was easier back in the day, but I mean, this. I really don't know what it is, but the social disconnect really makes it harder for
Well,
everyone.
now this
Not
part,
just on a
yeah,
romantic,
this
not
part,
just on a romantic level, but
yeah.
on all levels, really. I mean,
Well, that part which you just said, Steve, is so correct. You know, it doesn't change the fact that people freaking need to get to know each other if they're gonna have a successful relationship. But as long as it's based on things like game or we're doing trade-offs because it's nothing but usury, okay? As long as these things persist to go on, and we keep using terms like uh, your sexual market value, and we keep using these kind of wording, the only thing we're ever going to accomplish is exactly what you're seeing: destruction.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So
Well, let me ask you this, Hayden, or I mean, and I know it's a personal question, but like, are you a tall guy, or are you like, how tall are you?
yeah, I'm 6'1".
6'1". Damn. Okay. I mean, looking the way you look with your height, shouldn't be that hard. I mean,
Well, you would think, but um,
huh,
I guess the best. I mean, while I will also throw this in, this could be a factor. Um, I have very little social life in terms of like male friends and things of that nature. So that does play a role. You know, I don't have any opportunities within a social circle to find a woman through like a mutual friend that I have to connect with. So that's another thing as well. I'm usually just um, doing things on my own or spending time in my apartment on the weekends when most everybody else is out partying or doing whatever. But I've never really been a part of that type of crowd. So, you know, I've kind of found myself in this position where I'm usually doing things by myself and don't really have much of a semblance of social life at all. So
well,
just
you know
throw it
what helped me? You know what helped me throughout the years? Now, I'm not, I'm not like a. Is that a train in the background or?
Yes, unfortunately, every day.
Okay. No, that's all good. Um, well, I just wanted to say, I went through stretches of TFL in my life. I haven't always been, the big ladies man or whatever. But what definitely helped me, at least in my late 20s, was definitely building a social circle of guys, good friends to have around you, and
right.
this definitely did translate into me being able to meet women more effectively. I mean, I'm not saying it's like the ultimate solution or whatever, but I don't know. Like it seems to me that having good guy friends in general, it makes life more bearable. It makes it more
Right.
easier. It kind of alleviates your anxiety, and it just
Right.
makes you more connected to people. At least like it's a good beginning. That's just what I've been working. So in my teens and my early 20s, I was a real social guy. I had, I never really had a problem getting a woman. Then after college and my first job and everything, that's really where TFL started for me, because I went to different cities and I was socially disconnected. Now, I'm 30 years old now. Um, I really worked on forming great relationships with male friends, and that sort of kind of aided me in meeting women, and sort of getting back into it. Now, I'm not saying that's the solution for everyone, but it's definitely something to look into. I mean,
Right. Well, you're absolutely right. I absolutely agree with you. And I've heard a lot of people talk about the importance of building a social circle if you want to improve your chances of finding a good relationship. And I completely agree because, I mean, technically, if you think about it, the more guy friends you have, those guy friends are connected to other women, and those women are connected to women. So you're going to, by default, sort of increase your chances. Now, I
yeah,
mean, I'm a normal guy. I don't have anything um, stand outish about me that puts people off. I've got a pretty strong sense of humor, probably a lot stronger than a lot of other people. But you know, I get along very well with all of my coworkers. They, you know, these are the type of people that I could be friends with, but in a way, um, I would say in some ways, I've been forced into being sort of a lone wolf, but in other ways, I've generated a life of being lone wolf because oftentimes I find myself more comfortable in my own company than to be with um, the wrong group of people that I just don't resonate with, if that makes any sense.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, people can be introverts, and there's nothing wrong with that. But so becoming a hermit and socially isolating yourself from the world, I mean,
Yeah,
that can be damaging, in my
it can be.
opinion.
No, you're right.
So yeah.
I agree. Well, had something on my mind and it slipped. But anyways,
Bro, when
it's
when I'm back in Texas, man, I'm in Dallas all the time. Like I actually got friends there, so when I'm back, I'm gonna be back in Texas in about a month, man. We can maybe do something, or
yeah,
uh, I mean, if
absolutely.
the
Well,
opportunity ever arises, so I got a YouTube channel, so just hit me up, man.
all right, cool. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, we could probably make something happen. I
yeah, but
typically,
I'm still gonna be on my world trip. I'm still gonna go to Europe and everything, just kind of seeing the world right now.
right on, man.
Pretty good.
That's pretty cool. So you're in South Africa right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Oof.
It's definitely different down here.
Yeah, a long way from home.
Yeah, he's a couple miles out there, ain't he?
Yes, he is. Yep.
But yeah, it's just one of these situations that I feel for a lot of people. But you're right, the disconnect is very, very bad. And I think the forming a social group would be like when I said to go out and get into an activity, something you enjoy doing, and do it for yourself and on a regular basis. And that would also help you to form that group that you're looking to form.
Right.
Then at least you improve your chances when you do meet somebody. They're not going to be being fake, they're going to be being themselves.
Right. Well, that's another thing too, Bill, is my father has always been the first one to sort of call out the flaw, the fact that I don't have a social life, and he's always been on my ass about building relationships with other men. He's always come at it from a viewpoint of uh, Christianity and getting, involved in a ministry and a youth group and all this other stuff. And that's just not for me because it would go against some of my personal beliefs, and I just don't want to be involved with that. But I would have to 100% agree that having a better social life and having more male camaraderie, well, I mean, in the workplace and outside of the workplace is going to increase your chances. I'm not like hell by the dashboard or Blue Skies Media. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I don't want to have male friends. No, that's rubbish. It definitely helps. It definitely helps a lot.
Well, this is just it. If you're going to say, well, no, and I'm going to, because they pitted men against men. Steve Hoke's statement about women love men, or women love women, men love women, okay, women hate men and men hate men is factual
Yeah.
because that's what you're seeing going on. It's in your face. You can't get around it. And so, guys, and it's because we're competing because we've turned everything into a game.
Yeah.
And it's that mentality alone destroys us because we're focusing on each other's differences, okay? We're competing against other men, and the women see this and know this, and they love it. It gives them all the options.
Yeah. That's very true. And that's one of the reasons why women are um, so closed off to relationships nowadays because their attention span has been shot to all hell. They've got so many different men trying to get into contact with them. They're not willing to take the time to try and get to know a guy. They usually just use all of it for validation, but they don't actually take any of it seriously, at
Yeah.
least in most cases. I'm not saying that's all cases, because obviously, if it was every case, there wouldn't be any relationships, but obviously that's not true.
No,
So,
and the sad thing is the older you get, the harder it gets.
mhm.
You know, and then there's the other thing I talked about years ago. Okay, we'll take you, Hayden, or or we can take Steve. But if we took Hayden, right now you're 24, you haven't really had anything meaningful in a lot of years now. By the time
Mm.
you get into your mid 30s, if you're still in the same ball state, then when a woman does meet you, oh well, all right, and she realizes you've never had a girlfriend in your life, you know, then she thinks, oh, there's something wrong with you.
Well, that's unfortunately that's the opinion that some of them come to the conclusion on, is that if this tall, handsome fella doesn't have a woman in his life, there must be something about him that puts him off. I honestly think from personal experience now that number one, your social life impacts you. If you don't have a social life with other male camaraderie, that's going to affect you. Number two, um, if you're a person of introvert personality, that can make it a little bit more difficult. Not necessarily in terms of being Asperger's or autistic, because that's not the case, but just generally introvert. And the other one would be demographics. If you live in a particular area where the women are just very vile and have no um, willingness to meet a man, if they're usually all just focused on their career, focused on their material possessions rather than trying to build a relationship. And also, like Steve talked about many times, the dating limbo, where a lot of women are just not interested in trying to find a man at all. They're happy with their girlfriends, their girls' night out, their pet dogs, their wine, their exotic dinners and stuff like that. They could care less about a man. So you have to factor that in as well.
Yeah, it's really the perfect storm if you think about it, man. All these factors that you just listed, it's like I don't know. This society, it's all these factors coming together. It's making it real hard for everyone, not just
Hmm.
for dating, but even just generally for socializing. I mean, for, even I remember. I'm 30 years old. I remember in my teens and my early 20s, it was way easier to form social relations. And
Right.
I'm part of the last generation that's still where we actually had to call up our friends and make an appointment and where to meet and when to meet. And
Right.
nowadays, with all the social media and everything, people don't even meet up anymore. They just talk. They just basically just text.
Yeah. And I absolutely agree. You're 100% spot on. I think once social media hit the market, that sort of made a change. They marketed social media as if it was going to be a platform that would bring people together in real life a lot more. But obviously, we now know that
It
it
but
produced
no,
the
but this
opposite
even happened.
results.
This even happened before social media. It was with AIM and MSN Messenger where all of this started. Do you remember
Oh,
AIM?
that might have been before my time.
You had
Okay,
MSN Messenger, you had Yahoo Messenger.
I do remember
right.
the MSN Messenger, though. I do remember
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, and then MySpace, and then when Facebook came along, that's when everything went to hell.
yeah, that's right. Then there was MySpace.
Yeah.
Facebook flipped the entire narrative. On Facebook, what, you got 200 friends? Really? No, you don't. You got, what, 200 people you don't know or just acquaintances online.
It's not even just that. Even people who are in relationships. The girlfriend, she always wants to keep tabs on her boyfriend's Facebook, to see what he's up to, check his
Right.
messages, always checking if he's cheating or she's cheating. Relationships aren't even meant to be that way. It actually it doesn't only cause social disconnect. It actually even causes um, actual couples. It causes mistrust in
Well, it
relationships.
does. First off, what you just said, Steve, trust, okay, is one of the foundations of a relationship. If you don't have trust, you don't have a relationship. That's one of the
Exactly.
foundations. And what you're talking about is a foundation that's been fucking smashed and broke up.
Yep.
Because
It's
you
true.
shouldn't be checking on each other because you should already trust each other. Because if you don't have trust, you don't have anything.
Exactly, but Bill, if that option is there for your significant other to be able to go through all your messages and, obsessively uh, keep tabs on what you're doing online and who you're chatting, this actually causes mistrust within a relationship. If all these tools are there to keep track on somebody's online life, uh, that impacts the relationship too. So it goes further than social disconnect. I
Oh,
would say
it
it
should.
goes,
I would agree with you 100% on that. I mean, you're
yeah.
spot on with what you're saying because it does. It's like a tool that's sitting there knowing you're supposed to have trust, and they're tempting you with this tool to cause mistrust because now you're not trusting each other at all.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it's this
You know,
weird
it would.
situation. Sorry,
I
go ahead,
mean,
Steve.
we weren't meant to live this way. I mean, see, the thing is, everybody has their little secrets. People tell white lies sometimes, and some might say that's not right. But I mean, I think it's part of the nature of a person to have a certain degree of privacy, and now that is being completely ruined. And there's no wonder why that's affecting relationships now too.
Well, there is absolutely no privacy anymore. Anything online is everything you type, everything you do is being recorded. And
Mm.
if you test that theory and think that I'm nuts, you may find yourself in a deep pool of shit one day. So you better be staying with the program because the fact is everything we do is being kept. Okay, you think this chat section is free of that? I'd bet you bottom dollar you're wrong.
Yep,
Hey,
that's
Steve, I
true.
wanted to ask you, what's your opinion on looks, money, status? What's your take on that?
Well, I actually recently made a video about this on my channel. Now, I do believe that looks is really a very, very large factor nowadays. As much as I hate to say it, but looks, I
Mhm.
mean, it there has to be a certain degree of attraction between people. And now, I mean, the way it is today, that women have all these crazy standards that a guy has to be a certain height, and, with the square jaw and all these impossible features that it's completely out of men's control. I think that's a bit ridiculous. I mean, that's going too far. But as
Right.
much as I hate to say it, I do think, unfortunately, that women are way more visual than we were told they are throughout our whole
Hmm.
life.
Yeah.
That's just really a reality nowadays. And it's hard to digest that. It's hard to accept that. Now, you said you're 6'1".
Correct.
I mean, you're taller than the male average in America. And from what I understand, or what girls have told me, because I'm quite tall too, I'm actually 6'3".
Oh,
Um,
how about?
every,
Okay.
every girl has told me, and every girl that I've interacted with and dated with, they've always told me that's one thing they like about me, is that I'm tall. So, I mean,
Right.
as far as height is concerned, I mean, you're pretty lucky, I guess. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I lucked out in terms of height. I mean, I'm taller than my dad, so anytime that happens, it's definitely a bonus
Well,
on
yeah,
top
but
of
again,
being.
it shouldn't be that way. I mean, this notion that I guess women are biologically attracted to tall men. I guess that's just a fact, but it's still just so ridiculous. It's so unfair, you know?
well, yeah, it is. I'm not even. I'm 5'7". Okay, so you guys are both taller than me.
Yeah.
Well,
But honestly, sometimes I just feel like a giant. I mean, sometimes when I walk into, I don't know, like a gas station or something, like I always look, I'm always taller than everyone, like 9 out of 10 times. And honestly, sometimes I feel kind of out of place, but I guess
right.
girls do like it. So I don't know. But to answer
I,
your question, looks, money, status, I think looks is definitely the most important factor. Money and status, I think if a woman likes you for your money and your status, I don't think that's genuine attraction. I think that's just a way for I don't know, compensating for your looks. You know what I mean? I think if,
I
if a
agree.
woman likes you for your if a woman likes you for your money, See, that's why I don't dress like I'm rich. That's why I don't have a flashy car. That's why I don't have if anything, I try to look like a homeless bum. And then if a woman is attracted to me and shows me choosing signals, then I know that the woman is genuinely attracted to me and likes me for who I am.
That is a phenomenal point you just made, Steve. Very few people recognize that because I myself, it doesn't show in the picture, but I actually have really long hair that goes down my shoulders, and I haven't had a haircut in maybe 18 or 19 months. So it's very typical for me to get off work and go um, walk out in public looking semi homeless, depending on how hard I work that day because of the long, shaggy hair and big beard. Um, could I go to the barber shop and put down 30, $40 to get a really nice fade, a really nice beard trim, and make myself look a lot better? Sure, I could. But I don't think I would want to interact with a woman who only likes me whenever I have looks maxed, so to speak, because I'm also um, pretty physically fit. I have a pretty athletic body. I'm about 185, 190 pounds, 12% body fat range, athletic and whatever. But as far as the looks money status is concerned, I have to agree with you. I mean, I've seen mixed experiences. I won't say I haven't seen tall, handsome guys with good-looking women because I have, but at the same time, I've also seen tall, handsome guys who are alone. I've seen short, goofy-looking guys who have girlfriends, and I can tell they're girlfriends because they're holding hands. Obviously, that's an indicator. I've also seen goofy, short-looking guys who don't have women; they're all alone. Um, I also think the looks, money, status issue, or we could just call it the looks issue, is more applicable to the white race compared to, say, the black or the Hispanic race. Because I see a lot of Hispanic men who are a lot shorter than you and I are, and they're not the handsomest guys in the world, but they, you know, still have wives or girlfriends and kids, and so that kind of throws a wrench in the looks dilemma as far as the Hispanic race is concerned.
Well,
But
even in the white race, I'll tell you what, I've seen couples in my life, and even know a couple couples that the guy's not good looking. He's what
hmm
you would perceive to be a TFLer, and he has a woman in his life. Now she's not no, you know, a knockout, drop dead, woman, but she's an average woman, and she's with, and the one guy, hell, he's almost 500 pounds obese, okay, and
hmm
he has a woman.
yeah, that's a good point, Bill. And another thing too is I think um, there's actually 2 points I wanted to get to. The first point would be that I think there's a general misconception about what a Chad is. People always use that term Chad Tyrone here in the manosphere. Um, a lot of guys have this visual of like a 6'4", high school captain of the football team, quarterback type of a guy with a jaw like a lantern and deep set eyes. And that's what they think of when they hear the term Chad. But in reality, a lot of what I see whenever I go to the shopping mall, whenever I go grocery shopping, I see shorter, goofy looking guys, but they're what you would call a pretty boy. They have very aesthetically pleasing looking faces, but there's nothing necessarily physically intimidating about them. They might be 5'7", 5'8", but they have that pretty boy type of a face. And a lot of women are attracted to that, but they're not necessarily tall or muscular like an athlete would be.
Well, see, the way I see it is that, okay, so looks, money, status, it's not all across the board because I agree with you, Hayden. I see this all the time too. I see shorter guys. I see, what could be called uglier guys with girlfriends, and then I also see handsome guys who are, TFLers. There are a lot of factors involved. I mean, I think a lot of younger girls, they probably put more emphasis on looks. I think women who are approaching their mid 30s who, have where their biological clock is ticking. I think at
Hmm.
that point a woman kind of realizes that, chasing this idealistic man, this Chad, as you described him, they realize it becomes more unrealistic, especially because
Right.
the very handsome men go for younger women, and women have a biological clock; they want to have children at some time, so then they quote unquote settle down. But I've always been of the opinion that I do not want to be that type of guy. That a woman just goes for me because she wants to have children. I'd rather
Right.
be TFL than being in that situation, um, any day, because
Right.
that's just a recipe for disaster. A woman basically settles for you just because she wants to have children. But unfortunately, a lot of guys, they still do that, or they get together with single moms, who also just really use them for money. Um,
Hmm.
which goes back to what Bill talks about, this usury. So you really got to kind of watch out, what a woman's motive is, what the reasons why a woman is or acts attracted to you.
Right.
So there are a bunch of reasons why we keep seeing, oofy doofies, as Hell by the Dashboard calls them. I still think that an oofy doofy in reality is a beta bucks relationship.
Hmm.
Um, of course, again, it's not across the board. Um, but yeah, I think it's important to, it all depends on how old the woman is, how well she takes care of herself. Many factors go into it, but as a general theme, what I'm noticing is that this notion of true love and people actually getting to know each other and actually, giving each other's personality a chance and getting to know each other that way, that's completely out the door. Like
Yeah.
that barely exists anymore. I mean, it does probably exist. There are probably some women out there that, will give a guy a chance to get to know his personality, but I'm afraid it's getting less and less.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You made
unfortunately.
it.
So Hayden,
Yes, sir.
one of the people in the comment section last seems to like you a lot and wanted to know if you have a YouTube channel.
I do have a YouTube channel, as a matter of fact. You can find my YouTube channel. It's my first and last name, Hayden Rose. You just type in my name, and my channel should pop up. I don't have any TFL videos on there yet because my channel was originally funded back in 2016 on a different set of topics that I used to talk about. Um, but heading into the future, I've got plans and things in the works for putting together live streams and videos on more TFR related issues as opposed to the other topics that I used to talk about. So yeah, if anybody wants to follow my channel, you can just type in my name, Hayden Rose, and my channel should pop up, and you can check it out.
There you go. Hey,
Yeah, you've been in the manosphere for a while, right? Because I think I've seen you in live chats with like He to Succeed and Oreo Man and stuff.
Yeah, well, have you ever heard of? I mean, people used to call it NoFap, but have you ever heard of semen retention?
Oh yeah, I know about it. I mean, I've never
Yeah,
done it, but
most of my content was based upon those two topics. The NoFap, the semen retention. That's what most of my videos are about because that was something that I really wanted to take off with back when I made my YouTube channel. But less and less I've focused on that, and more I've been focused on just interacting with people like Bill and Steve Hoka and different guys like that. I'm more involved in the manosphere now than I have ever been. I've been following Bill and Steve and guys like Savvy Guy, Heat and Succeed
right.
for a while now. It's been a couple years that I've known those guys and seen their content. So yeah, I guess you could say I've been pretty involved. It's only been
Well,
most
look, Hayden,
recently though that I've been
you
involved, in like the chats and stuff like that.
you said you're 24, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, damn. Well, I mean, I got involved in the manosphere when I was like 28, and I still feel that's kind of too early. Um, but I like honestly, when I look at your picture, I don't think you're a bad looking guy. I don't think. Do you think that maybe largely your issue is mentally, like anxiety? I mean, have you been like
Um,
out of the dating game too long? Is that the problem?
Well, I have. It's not the easiest to explain. I do online dating, so I will try to pursue that from time to time, and I have gotten some good dates with some decently attractive women through online dating on Tinder, but ultimately most of it led nowhere. Um, but I would say, yeah, you're probably right. I would probably say um, my lack of social life is a big problem. If I were to change that and start having more male friends, that might make a big difference. Can't say it would, but I can't say it wouldn't. Maybe. And mentally, I don't think there would be anything mentally or socially causing my TFL. I'm a normal guy. I don't have any problems socializing with people. I do typically like to stay to myself and enjoy my own company, but I'm not overly introvert or anything like that.
Listen, man, the dating apps. I mean, I'm not saying it's all bad, but I'll give you an example. Last New Year's, I was at a New Year's party in Dallas, actually, and that was the
Hmm.
first time in a long time that I actually got to know a girl, in person, naturally. Um, I guess we were sort of looking at each other in the party, and then, after a while, I decided, hey, I'll just go talk to her, and we got to know each other and stuff. I'm not dating the girl anymore because she turned out to be kind of crazy, but but at least it was an instance where I finally got to know a girl in person. And last year in 2019, I basically only did online dating. So I just went on Tinder and Bumble and met girls off of those apps. And I have to say that experience during that New Year's party, that was actually like a real relief. It was actually way nicer to meet someone that way than online. And the only reason I ended up at that New Year's party is because I know two guys in Dallas. So, you know, what I'm trying to say is that, having a social group can absolutely lead to things.
Right.
Um, and I mean, I'm not saying I'm living proof for it. I'm just, it was really just this one instance that I met this girl in person at a party. But I mean, it was a great experience. It was really good. It gave me some hope in, in mankind, sort of. So,
Yeah. And I think you're right. I think, it could end up come down to just having one or two experiences like that, like you just mentioned, to where I may end up in a social gathering that provides me with an opportunity to, make conversation with the woman who seems interested in me. I can't rule that out
because look,
completely.
I don't know about your Tinder dates, man, but this is like I see a common theme in all of my Tinder dates. It's basically a job interview. You go, have some drinks somewhere, or you go to a restaurant, and the girl will always have a mental checklist in her mind, and she'll not obviously but subtly she'll ask you questions about your life. How much money you
Hmm.
make, what you do, this and that. When you meet a girl at a party who is at least somewhat physically attracted to you, she can't really do that in that setting, and some
Right.
maybe you're tipsy, there's a whole different social dynamic going on. You know what I mean? So
Right.
so this is another way how online dating has ruined everything because both, the man and the woman go in there with certain expectations. Um, it just ruined everything. So I mean,
Yeah.
there's really, trying to meet people offline. I, in my experience, it has been better, but it's not easy to get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're right. It's not. It would obviously feel a lot better too.
And I'll tell you this, man. You're 24, so you're still at the age where you can actually show up at a party and not feel bad about it. Like I'm
Hmm.
30 now. I don't think I'm going to be going to that many more parties in the future. I mean, I think that's pretty much over for me now because at 30, you'll notice that a lot of your friends are going to have families and wives, and you won't be able to go. I mean, I guess you can still go to a bar, um, but I like parties more. Definitely, that New Year's party was really good. Um, but yeah, it's a completely different social dynamic, and it just works for me. Whenever I get the chance,
This part of
way
what's
better than.
this part of what you're talking about, Steve, is the real truth about life that people don't realize till they start getting older. You're right, because when you get out of school, you still got all your high school friends and the people you grew up with. But as the years move by, they wind up some move away to another state, others hook up and get married, have kids, and now the party life goes out the door.
Yep.
Okay, and it becomes harder. And it's only gonna get harder as the older you get. And if you live TFL long enough, I guess then you get to a point where you be like Dave up in Boston or Steve Hoka, where you're just not gonna care anymore. It's not gonna be as big a deal as it used to be because you've lived it for so long. I guess maybe you're numb.
Yeah. And another what I also wanted to talk about is Hayden. If you do decide to build a social circle, make sure there are guys in your age group that are also bachelors. And when you guys decide to go do things together, don't make it centered on women. Obviously, try to make sure you're in a social setting with other women, but don't make the main goal, trying to find a girlfriend.
Yes.
Just like I went to that New Year's party, I went with an open mind. I knew there were going to be a bunch of people, and it just so happened that I did meet a girl. Obviously, it could have also not have happened, but I was there together with my friends. My mind was at ease. It's I don't know. Like I said, it's a whole different dynamic. Definitely way better than going on a predetermined Tinder date where she has all kinds of expectations and uh, in her head that, and as soon as you don't meet one item on the checklist, it's over. And
Mm.
I don't know. It's a disaster online dating.
Well, I have had some decent experiences through online dating. I can't say they were all bad. Obviously, I did go on some Tinder dates where the woman was not as good looking as I thought she was. So, some of those
Oh,
fell
that
flat
happens
on their
all the
face.
time.
Yep. But, I did have a few women that I tried to uh, have relationships with out of Tinder too, to be specific, last year. But both of them, you just no real compatibility. They were, crazy as hell. So kind of a dodged bullet, so to speak.
Yeah. Hey, can you guys
But
carry
Yeah.
on 1 minute for me? I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink.
but
Mm.
to your point about getting in a social circle, what I will say is I was never really the party type of guy. Anytime, all of my buddies, because I played football and ran track and all that, so I had a bunch of buddies that would always, go partying and drink and, kickbacks, what they would call it back then, with bunch
Right.
of men, bunch of girls, on like Friday nights, Saturday nights. And I was never really a part of those because I just never felt that I was the type of guy who could really fit in those settings. Now, what I will say is I probably blame a lot of that on how I was brought up. I was brought up in a strict Christian household, and my parents were really strict about me not doing certain things and being involved with certain people. Yet at the same time, all of the people that I was um, friends with in school, they were doing those things. And because I was stuck in this tug of war between being raised by my parents to believe that way and feel that way, and having my friends being those type of people who did those things, I found myself in a pretty unique scenario where I just never really fit in with that crowd. And I think that really ruined a lot of my chances. I kind of feel as though my youth was stolen from me in a way because of that. Now, obviously, I can't sit here and blame, my entire upbringing and all that stuff on just solely on my parents, but I do think it played a pretty big role because I figure if I had parents who didn't kind of keep me concealed away and tell me don't do this, don't do that, if I had more liberal parents that let me do those things and get comfortable in those environments and just kind of live and do what I wanted to do, there's a good chance that I probably would have easily um, fit in to those type of party settings more easily. because even though all of my friends could get along with me real well and they saw me as a likable person, just during the week, doing our things, when it came to those nights, when it came to the Friday nights and the Saturday nights and the party scene, I was always somewhat of an outcast in the group, even though I would show up from time to time. And I think that did play a kind of a pretty dramatic role in how that all folded out. But
I mean, you got a point. Like me, see, all throughout my teens and 20s, I always went to the parties and the kickbacks. I always went and partied and drank a lot. I probably drank too much in my 20s. Probably, probably was worse for me in the long run. Actually, I could have probably done better in school and everything.
mhm,
But you're right. I mean, I was always the kind of kid that liked to break. I always kind of broke the rules, and I partied a lot and came home late and everything. So yeah, I mean, maybe you got a point there. But on the other hand, I would also say that it's probably also a good thing that you stayed out of, the party, all that partying and drugs and alcohol because it can get pretty destructive too.
yeah,
Um, yeah, I mean, from what I remember in college and high school, I mean, there were always two main groups, the party goers, people who drank a lot and partied, and then there were people who were more involved in like sports and certain activities who stayed away from the drinking and everything.
yeah,
Um, but looking back, I mean, it would have probably been more constructive for me to hang out with the group that did activities and sports and everything, and I'm
hmm,
sure I would have gotten to know people that way too. I mean, like I said, in the long run, it would have probably been better for me. But like I said, I was always a partier and I drank a lot and everything. So yeah,
yeah. Well, in my case, all of the people that I played football with and ran track with, they also partied. So it's not like they were, clean, pure type of people that just wanted to do the right things. They would, after the football games, they would all go party and get drunk. So, that's the kind of crowd I was dealing with. But yeah,
right.
looking back on it, I do have a lot of regrets about um, living way too seriously about what my parents raised me to sort of believe and do. I wouldn't have wanted
Here,
to
there's a
go to the extremes of partying and drinking every night or every weekend, but I wouldn't have definitely been a hell of a lot less conservative. I probably would have tried to find some sort of middle ground to where I could go have some fun every now and then, but never take it too far. Maybe that would have produced better results in terms of trying to find a woman, but can't look back at can't look back at it now.
right, right. Lone Hiker 22 says something very interesting. He says taking risks builds your tapestry and connections. I would actually tend to agree with that. And Christianity, now me, I've never been Christian, but I do live in Tyler. There are a lot of Baptist Christians there, who are all
Mm,
about, being saved by the Lord and everything.
right.
Christianity is about the narrow path and being a stranger in a fallen world. I do kind of notice that about Christians. They all kind of live in their own bubble.
Hmm.
So, there's something to say about what you said. It's certainly true that being in a bubble and being in a safe space in terms of being too comfortable and not taking risks, that can absolutely prevent you from building connections and making social connections. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Well, to the person in the comment section who mentioned that, I mean, it's a good point. Well, I'm not a Christian anymore, and I'm glad I'm not. I deconverted from those beliefs ever since moving out of my family's house a couple years back. But um, yeah, he makes a good point. Christians do live in a bubble, and my parents were no exception. They raised me with all of the popular beliefs that you hear coming from Christians. I mean, we can name them off. Don't have sex before you're married. Don't drink. Don't smoke weed. Don't party. Don't do this. Don't do that. And that's exactly how I was raised. And of course, when you're raised that way from day one, it's the only thing you know. You don't really know any different because nobody really gives you any other perspective. So I was, looking back now, I kind of cringe at my personality and the way I used to live life back then. Because now, ever since, getting out on my own and opening up, I'm a lot more outgoing guy. I have you know, a more dirty sense of humor, so to speak. I can really get along with a lot more variety of people. It's just, I guess, that social aspect of my life still hasn't had a breakthrough yet. But it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. I still have hope that it will, but think it just might take
I
some
mean,
time.
there's something to be said about taking risks, man. Like, looking back on my 20s, if I hadn't taken the risk that I took, I wouldn't be in the situation where I am now, where I can, afford to, right now this year travel the world, for example, or a bunch of things. I'm self-employed. Becoming self-employed was a major risk, but I'm grateful every day that I did it. Um, in terms of getting out there and getting to know people, that could also be considered risk taking. I think taking risks is kind of the key word, and stepping outside of your bubble. And this applies to pretty much everything, whether it's social relations, dating, your type of employment that you want to be in. That
Right.
I even think that relates to happiness. Taking risks is the pursuit of happiness in a way, because you're doing something different from everything else. You're listening to your heart. Um, I mean, I could talk about this for ages, but you understand what I'm talking about, right?
Right.
And the good news is that, dude, you're young. You're 24. You're mid 20s. I mean, it's not like your youth has been stolen from you. Trust me, 24 is still young. At the age of 30, like Steve Hoka says, at the age of 30, you're definitely gonna feel it. You're like, damn, something's wrong.
That's
Hmm.
when you
Especially if you
start. That's when you start going downhill.
Yeah.
sounds depressing, but it's true. I
It's
mean,
like
it's
climbing a mountain, okay? Hayden's still like right in the middle of the mountain, working to the top. When you hit the 30s, is about when you're at the peak, and everything from there goes downhill.
Well, Steve, you're absolutely right. I mean, I can't deny anything that you're saying because, I mean, personally, just with the few experiences that I had, the decent job that I have right now and having my own place as opposed to still living with my parents, I mean, I had to overcome some barriers of, small fear in order to get to these spots. So I think it'll be the same way if I want to expand upon my social circle, do other things of that matter. So
I think
mm,
Steve. I think Steve has given some really good advice.
he has, yeah, and I do appreciate it. I do appreciate the encouragement. Um,
well, Bill, you're way older than me, so I mean, I'm pretty sure you can give us some good nuggets of advice.
Oh yeah, well, I've given all kinds of advice over the years, but most of my channels were taken down.
That's true. I think Bill, the what's been most impressionable on me, what you talk about is TFLers living within a marriage, and you saying it's better to be a TFLer than a TFLer within a marriage,
mm,
and that's something that I'm. So I mean, I guess Hayden is learning from my mistakes, and I'm learning from Bill's mistakes in the sense that I'm becoming aware of what it's like to be in an unhappy marriage or a TFO within a marriage. And, I'm setting up my life in such a way that I don't end up in that situation.
Well, now that's
yeah,
part I applaud Steve for because it's as I said earlier, you get a woman in your life, and if you really ain't careful and don't know what the hell you're doing, the next thing you know, you're married, you're in a relationship with somebody who completely changed overnight, treats you lower than dirt, and your life becomes miserable. And there is no sex because you're too busy hating on each other,
mm,
okay? And it's nothing but downhill from there. And this happens so many times, and believe me, I know. I know. Okay. I've been here. I've experienced it. I know what it's about. And it's living hell. You picture waking up in the morning, having a day off, you're with your wife. Okay. You've been with her a long time. You love her. You got a child with her. And I don't know where she just makes drama over a simple little thing. And So you go to fix it. No, 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 that's not good enough. Nope, that's not good enough. And then she'd tell you, you come up with the cure for this problem that she's having. It didn't matter what you said. She would immediately shoot it down and keep it going. And she did this all day long. And then, right around 9:30 at night, she decided she was over now. An hour later, she wanted to go to bed to make love to make up.
Right.
I think I heard you tell that story, Bill.
Yes, and I mean, I'm sorry, but you treat somebody completely toxic and and totally wrong all day like this, and then you really think that they want to go there with you? I mean,
Absolutely not. Well, my father, he is personality wise pretty much polar opposite to me. He's very extroverted. He has a very rich social life. Obviously, because he's involved with different church ministries with my mother, and they get in touch with other Christians. So, socially, their lives are very rich, and I guess that's the biggest reason why he always tried to encourage me to do the same thing because he figured it would produce the same results. But since I simply just don't have those same belief systems anymore, it just wouldn't work because I'd be faking who I am just to get along with people that I really couldn't get along with. And I've contemplated the idea of visiting one of the big community churches in the area just to see if I could poke my head in and try to create conversation with some people and get to know some guys better. But at the end of the day, it just kind of I'd be forcing it because I know deep down that it doesn't really align with who I am and what I believe. So we would all probably just end up crashing down anyways.
well, I think even if you had went with what your parents thought it was going to be for you, your parents wasn't paying attention to what was really going on around it with social engineering in society.
Mm.
Because they'll guarantee it's pretty much not like what your parents was when they were young.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah, not only that, it's what's also really important, and this is another thing that I learned throughout my 20s, is that never do something for somebody else, even if it's your parents. Your parents are from a completely different era, and doing something for someone else, it's always a recipe for failure. You always have to do something that you believe in, that your heart is in, and and you shouldn't worry about what other people think. I think that's a big I think that's a big problem nowadays too. A lot of people do things for other people, or because they think is what they have to do, or because
Hmm.
society tells them that they have to do things in a certain way. And that's absolutely recipe for failure, because that's what I tried to do. I studied pre-law and I wanted to become a lawyer. Um, but after I finished my undergraduate degree, I interned at a law firm, and I quickly realized that becoming a lawyer is absolutely not what I want to do. And my parents told me, Steve, you already did the undergraduate degree, go to law school. And I told them, no, it's not for me, and I'm not doing it for you guys. I'm doing what I want to do because that makes me happy, and that also ties in with the risk taking and in general just becoming an interesting person, um, somebody who you're content with, not somebody who your parents are content with or your friends or society. That's really important.
That's actually correct. That comes into when they say self improvement. You need to self improve yourself. Well, you self
Mm,
improve yourself because you're doing it for you and you only, never for anybody else.
absolutely, absolutely,
Agreed.
yeah. I mean, I did a bit of self improvement. I was a little overweight. Well, I'm still a little bit overweight, but I lost a significant amount of weight 2 years ago. And I did that for me. I did that because I was unhappy when I looked in the mirror. Now I feel better about myself, but I didn't do it for women. I didn't do it for my parents. I did it for myself. Um, Always do things for yourself and listen to your heart, and take risks that you find appropriate, and don't find validation from other people. That makes you a happy person, and that just makes you a greater person overall. It even makes you a more attractive person to the opposite sex, or at least to some girls.
Yeah,
So that's just my opinion on it.
that's priceless advice. I agree.
Mm.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the advice because it's as it should be. It's just too bad the other things in society wouldn't be as they're supposed to be. but instead they're completely upside down, and the disconnect is so bad that it's hard. It's hard. I mean, when people want to talk about getting laid, okay, there's lots of guys who can go out there to just get laid, okay, but most guys ain't after just getting laid. They want to have a meaningful person in their life. They want to get, their mate, their companion, their best friend. It's not about just going out and having sex. In today's
Mm.
younger generation, it seems to be that's what most of them are validating themselves with. They want to think that if they get their penis in a hole, that somehow makes them a man, so they strive to do it as many times as they can with as many women as they can. And that's actually not the definition of becoming a man. That's how you're going to wind up with something you don't want. It's going to lead to lots of drama, leads to kids that they ain't got no dad now. I just don't agree with a lot of stuff I see going on, but what do you do? That's not what our society is about now, is it?
Bill, I think we spoke the one time about the single mother that I dated back when. And so this was one of the women that I met through online dating who I guess she wanted to pursue a relationship with me more than I did with her. But as I got to know her a little bit better, I realized this is probably not a good situation. Yet she would always be the one to try to manipulate the perspective and bash me for not wanting a relationship and only wanting to keep it casual. But yeah, so I get a phone call from her the uh, the night of the show on Saturday, and she calls me to tell me that she's in a relationship with a guy. She went on a date with him the previous night, and all of a sudden now they're in a relationship. And
Mm-hmm.
Bill, I said, that's good for you. I wish y'all the best. And we pretty much just kept it at that. But thinking about the stuff that she used to tell me and how she ended up in a relationship with a guy after one night, you know what I wish I would have said? I wish I would have told her, honey, relationships are built. They're not gotten into. I wish I would have hung up on her like that.
Well,
Yeah, it just goes to show you,
that's
you know,
exactly it. They are built. In today's society, they want to just think it's already built for them. I guess they think it's like real estate. They can go look at what's already built for them.
right. I
And
guess,
it don't work that way.
no. Yeah, I just think it was pretty funny how all those times she would try to make me feel bad about not wanting a relationship with her, but yet here she is. Meet a guy one night, the next day they're supposedly in a relationship. How's that going to work? I mean, good luck with that. But you know, I guess all in all, the the biggest problem is the social life. I know if I can find a way to organically expand upon that and make it better, that I will open up a lot of opportunities for myself in the dating arena. So we'll just have to see how that works out.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
cold approach is never the right way to go.
No,
I
And
mean, it's
no,
completely unnatural. I personally have never done it, but I can just imagine it causes the female to feel awkward. It causes you to act unnatural. I mean, it's maybe it works like 1 out of 100 times. That's what I understand from PUAs. I guess they call it shotgunning it or whatever. You just approach 100 girls and you're bound to get one. I mean, I guess that could be a way to do it, but I mean, I don't know, just being in a natural setting, with a lot of people and just getting to know people, and really enjoying the situation and actually just going out there and with the attitude of like, okay, I'm just gonna enjoy myself. Whatever happens. I think that's the way to go. But it does take a little bit of work to get there, especially if you've socially isolated yourself. Um, especially if you haven't kept in touch with certain friends for a while. You know, I do understand your situation, man. It is hard to get back into the game, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it can be, but you know, I do have a few buddies that I could get in contact with. We're not really close the way we used to be. You know, obviously they're into things like smoking and drinking, which I'm not. I'm a casual drinker. I'll drink on special occasions. I mean, I might smoke a tiny bit of weed on a special occasion, but you know, not every night like they do. And, you know, I might try to get back in touch with them just to see if I can start somewhere with that. And but the thing is, you know, they have, or he specifically has a girlfriend. So I mean, it's kind of a different dynamic. He's not a bachelor like I am. So
That makes it harder for him because he ain't gonna be able to go out like he did before he had her. Cause
hmm
she'll be controlling that.
yeah,
Exactly, Hayden. If you're gonna build a social circle, make sure it's guys your age that are also single bachelors, and trust me, being the third wheel and everything, and hanging out with other couples, that's also a recipe for
hmm
disaster. Really, I mean,
I've been there.
unless maybe you go to a party or a get together or some kind of event with these couples, maybe then. But in general, it's way better to do it with a group of friends that are also single in your age.
Yeah. Well, I found myself in that third wheel predicament a lot when I was in school, you know, with the same friends. And yeah, I think that probably plays a big role as to why I really don't spend time with them anymore. Because, you know, when you're constantly in a situation where you're friends with his girl, the other friends with her girl or his girl, and then you're all alone, you're just kind of like, you know, what the hell am I even
Mhm.
doing here? You know, it just
Yeah,
feels like what the hell am I really doing here? Where's my, because especially if your buddy's girlfriend is attractive and you find her physically appealing, that just, I mean, it will mess with your head in ways that you really don't want it to. And that could cause a lot of problems that are really uncalled for.
yeah. So,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Steve, you're probably meeting quite a few new people traveling, ain't you?
Oh, every single day. I mean, I go hiking. I have like a hiking group here in South Africa. We hike like 3 times a week, and yeah, I meet all kinds of people all the time. You know, it just I have an open mind. You know, I go into situations with an open mind, and I just of course I got some anxiety too, but like I've gotten used to it now, and I mean, again, it's about taking risks and getting into new experiences, and you'll be surprised what happens once you start
Well,
doing that.
you're getting new experiences, having this experience to be able to travel around the world. I don't know. I have no idea what that sets you back, but I'll tell you what. That has to be a pretty damn cool experience.
Right. Hell
Well,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, a lot of planning and a lot of saving money went into this, and I mean, but I figured, hey, I'm 30 now, and I don't have any major financial responsibilities. I don't have a wife. I don't have children. So now it's the time to do it, I guess. So, but with that, guys, it's 3 a.m. over here, and I got to get some sleep. Phil, I just wanted to say it was great checking in with you again. Once I'm back in Texas, I'm probably going to be calling in more. I'm just dealing with the time difference over here.
Oh, you're gonna
Um,
have that all the way around the world if that's what you're doing.
oh, for sure. And also, I'm glad we got to resolve our differences. And it was also great getting to know you, Hayden. And yeah, we should probably get into touch when I'm back in Texas. I'm in Dallas a lot, by the way. I have a lot of friends there. And yeah, we'll just see how it goes, man. And another thing, Bill, I think Espio is trying to get into the conversation. He just told me he might call in.
Well,
So I don't know how long this is going to.
I'm gonna leave this sort of up to Hayden if he wants to hang out.
Sure. Yeah, we can keep going. I'm feeling good.
Mhm. Uh, I don't know. SBO said he might actually want to call in, so I don't know what's gonna happen, but he just
Well,
told me that.
if
So
Espio comes over here on Zoom, I'll bring him in. Okay,
all right,
I don't have a call-in number for him to call in without putting an ID number, and I'm not doing
okay, all
Yeah.
right.
that.
Well,
But
you guys take care, all right?
all right.
Oh
Hey Steve, it
yeah.
was good chatting with you, man. I appreciate the encouragement, the insight. And yeah, whenever you come back through Dallas, yeah, probably have to get in touch sometime. That'd be cool.
Sounds good, man. You guys take care, all right?
You too,
All right,
Steve.
brother. You too.
All right, bye.
Okay, that was nice having him on. He did give a lot of
How
good
about that?
advice. He
He
really
did.
did.
He's a good guy.
You know, and I like that. And I like that because I like to be able to give out different advice that could help guys. You know, because you can't sit and focus on you can't get somebody in your life. You're going to destroy yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy being rejected all the time. But I think the advice that's been said tonight by Steve and a little bit of input I put in, I think is very valuable advice.
Yeah, it's great advice that he gave, and I'm really appreciative of it. And it kind of goes to reinforce the points that a lot of people have made um, many times before. Is that I've had plenty of women in the past, and even to this day, who say that I'm attractive, tall, good looking. But I think if you lack a social circle and you don't have a network of people to really connect and spend time with, who have the same belief systems and the same hobbies and passions that you do, it's going to be significantly harder for you to really put yourself out there and give yourself an opportunity to find the woman that you're looking for. So, I mean, it's a lot to consider because there is a correlation with a lot of TFL men, such as myself, who don't really have much of a social life. Obviously, there's a lot of other factors that go into it. We can never just blame, oh, you're a hermit, you don't have any friends. We can't say that that's the number one and the only cause of your TFL because obviously that's not the case, but it is something to highly consider. So it's great advice from Steve from
Yeah.
Texas.
Well, one of our commenters says loneliness causes mental issues.
It does.
Loneliness can cause mental issues. That's
It
why
does.
that's why it's very important for a person's a man that's being constantly rejected to take women off his mind and go get himself involved in an activity or something where he can start having a social network of friends because at least by doing that you're going to help yourself. You can't go create a social network and be just looking for a girl. That'll
Yeah,
stand out like a neon sign.
you're right, Bill. There's something about going into trying to meet a woman with the specific, deliberate intent of meeting a woman. It throws everything off and it all kind of just falls flat on its face. Whereas, like you've mentioned, if you just do something for the simple pleasure of the passion that you have for it, and opportunities have the potential to open themselves up to you, and you won't have to put in that anxious, nervous effort to try to
No,
make something happen that really isn't there.
exactly. You could be out enjoying yourself, doing your activity, meeting new people, okay? Not worried about meeting somebody of the opposite gender. And then when it happens through your social network, your group that you're doing your activities with, you don't let, you just get to know them like they get to know you because you're doing the same activities together. You know,
Right.
this is how you're gonna eventually get out of your spot, okay? But you're not gonna never get out of your spot if that's all your focus is. You gotta take your mind off it and don't be sitting watching porn and thinking that's gonna help you any.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. But
B-
yeah, to the gentleman in the comment section or the chat who said that social isolation causes mental issues, he's absolutely right. And it's also a ripple effect. When you deal with social isolation, the mental issues that come as a result of that can make it even harder on top of that to get out of the social isolation because now that you're dealing with mental issues, it becomes even tougher to rise out of that social
Well,
isolation.
it does. You know, when Dean says, Bill, how are men going to get out of that spot when there's a shortage of women? Well, I understand there's a shortage of women, but I also understand that mentally wise, you get out of that spot by putting yourself out there and having activities and even other guy friends that you're having fun with. That's going to take a
Hmm.
whole lot of stress off your shoulders. Okay,
It will.
there's never no guarantee on meeting that right woman, but you stand a better chance of meeting that right woman by doing these things than you do by not doing them.
It's very true. Much better chance.
I mean, nobody can give you a promise guarantee that you're going to meet somebody, but we can tell you this. If you don't change your mindset and go out and get involved in stuff and get your own little social group going that you can go do things with, you're going to drive yourself completely insane. You want mental issues? That's exactly how you create your mental issues, by not doing. Okay,
Hmm.
because you need to be socializing with other people. Okay, because what's that going to do for you? It's going to help you meet more friends. It's going to put you out there. You can be yourself. You're not going out there worrying about, I'm going out there to try to meet a woman, and oh, what am I going to say? How am I going to talk? How am I going to act? It might just be another interview and she'll blow me off. All of that stuff goes away because you're going out there to have fun with the activity you're doing. And when a woman's involved or there's a few women involved in it, don't be Google eyeing them or goggle lusting over them and trying to think you're going to freaking get laid, and go back into your own state of mind, because you'll destroy your own damn group and yourself. Okay, just go out there to have fun and be yourself and let it happen naturally.
There's something that I remember Steve Hoka saying one time that just slapped me right in the face. It's so true. He said, at the end of the day, when you get through with the approaching, the worrying, the stressing about what you should do or what you think you should do as a man to improve yourself for a woman, you come to the conclusion that the only thing you can do is be yourself. And he said, if you can get to the point where if you genuinely just do what you want to do, be yourself, and don't care about the outcome anymore, it doesn't guarantee that all of a sudden women are going to be flocking to you. But what it does guarantee is that you're going to get your dignity back. And that is extremely important for every man living in this situation is you want to get your pride back. You want to get your dignity back. You want to get your self-respect back before anything else. Because if you don't have that, um, it doesn't really matter what you do. You're going to be fighting an uphill battle and you're going to be dealing with even more mental issues.
Right, here's one, Hayden. Okay, I hear a lot of people. Okay, he says I hear a lot of people, mostly on the incel community, say that if you don't get a girl in your teens years, it hampers your development, and you're essential, and it's essential for it. Okay, I don't know so much as it hampers your development, because your development is going to come from within yourself. If you're young and you're used to going out and doing activities and you continue that up into your 20s and 30s, you're already going to have your social group set for you.
Mm.
It's when you stop doing that, or if you've never done that, that your development's going to be hampered, because then you're going to be trying to, okay, how do I go about this? What am I going to do? I need a social network of friends. How am I going to get that? And you're not going to have no idea.
Hmm. Yeah, he says that if you don't get the opportunity to have a relationship in your teens, it hampers your ability to develop socially in the years to come. I partly agree. I see where he's coming from, but then again, I have to disagree because I've also heard the same argument with people saying that if you don't lose your virginity at 18 when you're in school, you'll never lose your virginity. But in my case, I was a virgin. I was a virgin, when I was in high school still, because of course, raised strict Christian. I believe that it was a sin and all this other stuff to do those kinds of things. So all the opportunities that I had to lose my virginity in high school, I turned her down for those religious reasons. However, once I turned 23, I ended up losing my virginity in a situation. So it's never guaranteed that just because you don't lose your virginity by a certain age, that it's going to be that way the rest of your life. Because obviously, in my case, that wasn't the case in my experience. So it's never 100% across the board that if you don't
Well, you
meet these
lost
certain
it.
standards or
Yeah,
guidelines.
you lost your virginity at 23.
Hmm. Yeah.
It took me 5 years longer.
Mm. Well, there you go. That's even more proof, Bill. I mean, there's that certain section of people who say that if you don't, you know, lose your virginity by a certain age, it's pretty much over for you. Obviously, you're a perfect example that that's not true, as well as me being a perfect example that that's not true. So, I would encourage people who are in that spot to um, don't feel as though it is over, because it's not 100% across the board.
The ones I'd
You
really even feel sorry for even worse are the guys that are 30s and 40s and still
hmm
have not lost their virginity.
Yeah.
Okay, this does happen. Okay, but the thing is the only way that I can find for men to get out of this is to do these type of things. And even if you don't meet nobody, at least you will remove a whole bunch of stress off your shoulders, and you'll have friends, and you'll have some of them friends who even talk to you and support you because they'll actually know you now
hmm
because you've involved yourself in these activities with them for so long, and they've really gotten to know you. Because really your only way out is to take control of your own self and find happiness one way or the other. You
hmm
can't let the validation of a woman affect you, because it doesn't take a woman to make you a man. Okay? I mean, that's just a crock of nonsense.
That's absolutely right. You're right, Bill. And another thing too that I could mention to people about the social, um, building a social circle aspect of this conversation. Obviously, I'm not the person you'd want to take the best advice from in terms of building a social circle, because I don't really have one. But from my experience, you become a much more likable person once you start to open up in terms of your sense of humor. Like, I have a bigger sense of humor now than I ever have, and I'm a very likable person in the workplace for that. I have a lot of buddies I mean, acquaintances that I work with who are around my age. The only issue is they all have girlfriends and I don't, but it doesn't change the fact that they still view me as a very likable guy, for the fact that my personality has shined and opened up a lot more than it used to be when I was, Christianized and religious. So I would say, to everybody out there, if you find yourself in the same spot I do, um, try to examine the strengths in your personality and just allow those to open up more, and don't
Yes.
really concern yourself with um, what other people think, because I'll be honest with you, there's just random moments throughout the day when I'm working and I say something, I say a line of dirty humor, and I get I get weird looks for it, but I really don't care because it's
Oh,
who I
well,
am. I like the dirty
I
humor. I
wouldn't
like
worry about that. My last
right.
job before my health took me out, I was working in a plastic injection factory, and one of the machines they made what they called corner keys, and
Mm-hmm.
they were for a window company, okay? But the corner keys got run on one press and put in another machine to have rubber put in these gaps on it, right? And so I used to call that condom corner. Okay? I started calling it condom corner whenever you were putting them back in the machine to put the rubber in, right? And unfortunately, I didn't know it was going to happen, but it wound up going all over the damn shop because I got a sense of humor. And the next thing I know, everybody in my fucking shift was calling that job condom corner. And I was laughing. I was like, oh crap, I started something here.
Yeah, I mean, just put it. I mean, just dirty jokes here and there. I mean, people will open up to you and realize that you don't take yourself too seriously, and that can always go a long way. Just not with building a social circle, but becoming a likable person and
Well, that's it.
becoming a likable person.
You said something, Hayden, that's actually important for people to recognize: a sense of humor.
Yep.
Because a sense of humor, if you get a good personality with a good sense of humor, you can make everybody like you just through that sense of humor. You have people liking you all over the place if you got a really good sense of humor.
It's true. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to build a social circle because of that sense of humor, but what it does guarantee is you'll be a much more likable person, which just increases your chances of building a social circle because, people like you, they'll reach out to you and say, hey, hey, you want to tag along? You want to do this? We're going to be having a meetup this Saturday at blah, blah, blah. You want to join in? And, opportunities like that, I mean, you either take them or you don't. So,
Oh yeah. Well, there's not a lot. There's not a lot. You've got to just the best things people can do. I mean, TFLers and incel guys need to learn the facts that you've got to find something to make yourself happy and get out there and get involved in things where you meet people because it's better than the suffering you're doing by not. It
mhm,
don't guarantee you a woman, but you can't go through life thinking you're guaranteed a woman. In our society where people are so disconnected and the social engineering machine has done a number on all of us, the best thing you can do is go out there and do this for your own self.
absolutely.
When you don't care about what other people think of you and you just be yourself with a good sense of humor, you're going to create a life that's going to be a lot better than the one you're living now.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And, it ties back into what Steve from Texas and you were talking about earlier. Um, when I go visit my family every now and then, they'll chime in and ask me, well, hey, are you thinking about um, any career options? Or, hey, maybe you should do this. Maybe you should go into a trade, or maybe you should do that. And
Well, what they're really saying is support the system who don't support you. We
yes,
don't care if you ever get any woman in your life, okay? You should think about your career because then maybe you'll be able to buy a fake.
well, that's just it. Every time that I have that conversation with my parents, I'm a lot more blunt and just straightforward honest with them, telling them, hey, look, I understand y'all want me to do all these things, but I don't want to do them. And therefore, I'm not going to do them just because you want me to pursue it. If I'm going to do it, I have to do it because I genuinely, deep down in the heart, want to do it for myself, and they understand that, but they still don't really jive. They would be a lot happier to see me go do something for their approval or for what they think I should fit in to society's standards. But I just can't follow that path. I'm not going to um, bust my ass and choke my neck out pursuing a career that I really don't have a passion for to begin with, just for the hopes that it'll land me a family in the future. I would say, it'd be better for me to land a future wife and a family first, or a future wife first, and then start thinking a little bit more about how I can
Right,
expand my
because
income.
now you have something that's worth doing that career for. I
Exactly. You
mean,
have something inspiring you to push.
I don't think men owe it to society to break their butt, okay, unless they choose to. You want a career for your own self, then that's fine. If you're going to be like what Hayden is and he can make a living doing what he's doing and he's content and happy with what he's doing, he may not be rich, he may not have a lot of money, but that don't get you happiness anyhow, okay?
No.
And if he's content and he's making it just fine and he's happy with who he is and he's out there doing activities and meeting people, got himself a good personality and a sense of humor, okay? He's not going to be sitting back going through all the hurt and the depression of being alone because that's where your mental issues come from.
Right.
And you're removing that so that you don't become that problem. That don't become a problem for you.
You see, Bill, the problem that society in general has no idea um, the issues that TFL men face, and a lot of men live TFL, but they still expect men to put themselves out there when they have absolutely zero incentive to do so. Like,
Yeah.
like society needs to understand that there must be inspiration, there must be motivation and incentive and a reason for why you do what we do. We've got into this hamster wheel here in the matrix of just constantly working and grinding ourselves into an early grave. All for what?
Oh,
For
to
the people at
impress
the
other
top,
people. Yeah,
to impress
so
other people and help
you're
the people
yeah,
at the top get richer.
you're supporting the very entity that caused their problems to begin with.
Hmm.
Okay, because it is years of social engineering by the people at the top that's done this to us. Divide and conquer. That's no lie. Okay,
Yeah.
so why do you want to support the very system that's destroyed you? Okay, now you need to pick yourself back up, say F the system, and go out there and be yourself and get involved in stuff and make your own network of friends and keep saying F the system and not care one way or the other because it's not about getting a woman. It's about being happy for yourself first. Because once you accomplish that, you're going to end up meeting somebody. It may not happen overnight, but you'll eventually meet somebody. For most guys, they will. But you're never going to accomplish that if you don't try something. And it's really hard because the disconnect's so bad. People like Dave, as he's in here, has probably tried all of that, and he's up to retire. He's up there now, goes Steve Oka's age, and still alone. And that is going to
Hmm.
happen to a percentage of men. There's no way out of it. Our
Yep.
world is so damn evil now. I mean, I understand, Dave. If you got anything going on like balding, it's over with. You know, it really is. It's over with. And if it starts at a younger age, man, it'll destroy you. Because you can't say women ain't going by looks because women are actually going by looks a lot more than men are.
It's almost as if we've been socially engineered into believing that there's certain infrastructural, technological, societal goals that we must reach as a society in order to, quote unquote, have it made for ourselves. And we walk around and we go throughout our day and our lives and we punch the clock in, we work, we punch the clock out, we pay our bills as if God has ordained for their certain goals to be achieved at a certain time through human society. And that's simply not true at all. You know, if people want to believe in God or not, makes no difference. God hasn't given us anything that he says we have to do. Everything that we've been told we have to do, we've been told by the upper echelons, the powers that be, who just want to take the reins of society and have everything to themselves while they make the rest of us suffer and suffer and suffer and suffer with no end in sight.
And that's exactly what happens. That's like I can give the best advice I can, but of course it don't work 100% for everybody. That's why I brought up Dave when I saw him in here because Dave, I mean, he went through this in high school. He's Steve Oka's age, and he's still going through it. Okay, and he was out in public every day. And I don't know how many social network groups or something he may have had or from activities, but Dave was public transportation and in the public every day for years. Okay, and he's still quite alone.
Right.
Okay, and it's through no fault of his own.
Well, and to add to that point too, you know, Dave is a lot like Steve Hoka. He's very bright eyed and good looking for his age, at being 50, just like Steve is. Steve, I mean, both of those guys, they're both bright eyed and, handsome for their age. So you obviously know that it's not an issue of looks in their case. It's just they've
been dealt a bad hand in life, like a lot of other people, and it's a fight. It's a fight.
It is. That's exactly it. Okay, hold on here. Let me find him. I don't know why his game's got to play on the list the way it is. It should be showing up. Dave just tried to get a hold of me. And I'm going to bring him in here, but I got to find him on the list first.
Awesome.
Okay, let me try it the other way since it wants to play that game. Okay. So we'll go here. There it is. Why did you do that to me? I looked on my list on the chat thing and it was nowhere to be found, man. I had to go through the other connection to see my list.
So, Bill, is it a troublesome process to set up YouTube streaming through Zoom, or is it pretty simple?
Well, Zoom, if you're not careful, you'll have the problem Steve did. I use OBS Studio, which integrates into Zoom. You already
Okay.
have Zoom, so if you put OBS Studio on there, you can integrate it right into Zoom.
Hmm.
And then all you do is open up the OBS Studio where you got a meeting started and click on Start once you set up your YouTube channel and you're on. And then you
Right
can put a
on.
background drop in, so if you don't want people to want their faces seen, they don't have to, okay? But hey,
Yeah.
Dave's here with us now. Hello, Dave.
Hey, Bill, how you doing? What's up,
Good.
Aiden? How are you?
Hey, Dave. How are you doing? I'm doing good.
Good. All right. Yeah, I thought I'd just join you for a little while, Bill.
Hey,
A
I
little.
appreciate that. You want to chime in on what we were just talking about?
Yeah, I just actually just joined in. I haven't really been watching that long. I just walked. I just was down the store running some errands. But I heard you kind of commenting on, about just like working and just kind of putting into the system and
Well, really,
things like that.
what it was that Steve from Texas was on here, and he gave a lot of really sound advice to young men out there. Okay, like you got to take your mind off women completely. Get into a social network, do an activity you like for yourself because you like it. Okay, and get involved in that activity where it puts you around people and you can form friends. Okay, and take your mind off finding a woman because the better you stand a better chance by doing that because you're being yourself, you're not as stressed out, you're not worried about trying to meet a girl to begin with, okay? So then at least
Right.
if you do meet her, it's gonna be natural.
Yeah, no, that's definitely good advice, and that's kind of what I'm working on now. I'm just kind of setting up little little getaway vacations. Nothing like really like big vacations, just like little 3-day getaways, things like that, to different different parts of the country, particularly like around the like in the Northeast here, where in the area where I live, and
Okay.
doing things like like participating in like group tours and things like that, and doing other things, physical activities. I'm starting to kind of get back into running, not really heavy duty or anything like that, but just just enough just to go out there, run a couple of miles a day, just to kind of stay active and things like that.
Well, that's probably a good idea. So you were saying that you're getting ridiculed for retiring so young because you're able?
I've had a few people say like, oh, you're too young, you can go out there and get another career, and I'm like, listen, I'm like, they just think that it's like, these people are like, people in this country are brainwashed into thinking that, you have to work until you're a senior citizen,
Right.
if I mean, if you can do it, if you can retire at a young age, I say do it if you can,
Well,
if
yeah, I
if
totally agree with that because first off, okay, let's look at Dave. Okay, Steve Hoka's age, he's 49 or what have you, right? And
right.
he's lived TFL his whole life. So what you telling me that he's got to go out there and keep continuing to support the very system who destroyed our society and put him in this spot to begin with?
Right. I mean, the last thing I want to do is go back out there and rot away in traffic jams every day for like, 3 hours a day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not doing that. And I'm having a nice time just, doing what I'm doing now. Just, I get up when I want. I get up, I feel normal again. I get up around 9 in the morning, go out, go to the coffee shop, whatever, go to the beach, take a walk, whatever, go for a run. Yeah, that's about it. No stress.
which is actually a good thing.
Right.
That's great.
Yeah. It's yeah, it's definitely the best. Yeah, it's the best period of my life. It's ever since I retired. It's been really nice.
Well,
So
I'm glad that it's worked out for you in the way that you are more relaxed. Like
mm,
I was telling Hayden, I wouldn't want to see Hayden have to get to be your age and still be alone. Okay, I don't think that's right. But
Right.
none of us can promise him that he won't be. We just gotta hope he won't be. And I hope Hayden gets out and gets a network of friends and at least does that. We got a Toronto man with us. Long time no hear. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I was just watching your live stream, and yeah, I mean, as regards to heterosexual relationships, I mean, it's going downhill these days. More women are becoming homosexual now. It's embarrassing.
It is.
It is. I
Absolutely.
mean,
I think you're
we
right,
got,
Toronto. I mean, the line between a straight woman and a bisexual woman is so paper thin these days. It's almost completely been erased.
yeah, I mean, I just made a video about the low fertility rates and what's it called? Like Spain and Italy and England and all that. They are very low. I mean, it's embarrassing. I mean, Africa has more of a chance of survival than Europe does. That's how bad things are.
Yeah.
That is so embarrassing. Um, I know it's been a long time no here. I don't know. I just been taking a break. That's all. How's things with you, Bill?
Oh, things ain't too bad on my end. I think it's about normal. And Hayden hit me up today and asked about doing a live stream on this topic, and he had an experience that definitely was a mind blower when I
Mhm.
got to hear it. And I'm actually glad Hayden's here. Hayden helped me out Saturday night when he came on, because sometimes I'm in there a little while by myself. It's always nice to have somebody else to talk to.
Yeah, that's good. And you may as for me, I'm just taking it one day at a time. I'm working now, so it's it's a like it's here or there. I mean, women really don't really need men these days now. It's just like women can find a way to achieve their own happiness by themselves these days.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
I mean, I know your perspective, Toronto. I mean, you live in Toronto, which is probably arguably the toughest city in the world when it comes to dating. I heard it's near impossible for most men to even get a chance with a woman up in that area because everybody's so career oriented and the cost of living are brutal. So, I mean, I can't even imagine what it would be like living up there.
Oh, I know it's sad. Well, maybe we could take. Yeah, I don't know where you're at, but I know that
I,
like, yeah.
yeah, I'm in the American South. I'm actually in Dallas, Texas. So,
Okay, all right. I don't think that's not too bad, is it? No.
the culture here is a lot different than Toronto. I've never been to Toronto, so I can't really speak for the culture up there. But the cost of living down here in Dallas are still relatively good, compared to a lot of other big cities. in the United States, and as well as Toronto, up in Canada. But I know the dating scene down here is it's a drag. It's really tough,
I know, like,
especially
mhm.
for white folks.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. I mean, our fertility rate is so low. Um, I mean, if you go to like China and Japan, it's even lower down there too. Right? Like, I think Mark Pasio did a video on, the pretty much everyone in China and Japan is a virgin. So from the ages of 17 to 35 years old.
Whew.
But with that stat alone, you can work with that. It's just going to require some extensive education on the female psyche.
Yeah.
It's just that in North America, there's so many women are being victims of the pump and dump, and it's causing more of a problem than a hazard. It's really sad how women are allowing this to happen to them, and the loss of STDs are just in North America is just
Yeah, you're right on. I mean, I think I've seen a couple of articles and documentaries on the Hikikomori, the Japanese forever alones or the Chinese forever alones. Yeah, I know they have it. I mean, millions of men over there live in TFL, with the suicide epidemic and everything. But, a lot of people have always, associated that term pump and dump with it being something that men do to women. But in reality, it's actually the women are the ones who are pumping and dumping the guys, so to speak, because, they'll lead a guy to believing that he's this, he's that, and they'll say all these sweet things to you to butter you up. But then in the end, they're nowhere to be found when you're looking to make something happen with them. So it's like, this isn't the kind of situation that I really want to work for. The idea of retiring at 50 like Dave is amazing. I'd have to make
Well,
a
I
little bit
think
more
that,
money to get there, but
well, you know what?
it's
I think that was awesome that Dave was able to do that. I really do.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I would
um,
I would just look for jobs. I would for younger guys, I would just try to look for jobs like in the public sector that still offer traditional pension plans, because pensions are kind of getting few and far between. But they're still pretty much available in the public sector. I would just kind of get them while you can. You know,
Yeah.
and the thing is, you have pretty easy access to them now because with the internet, you can go on all these government websites, and you can just kind of go right online and see what's available, and you can just basically, for the most part, you can apply for these jobs right from your living room. So it's
Whew.
pretty convenient that way.
Well, and pretty soon, I would say in the next 10 years, you probably won't be able to find paper applications hardly anywhere anymore.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good idea. It's a good thing to consider. I don't know if I'd want to, dive into a trade or anything like that, do something stressful, but something relatively low stress, low maintenance, but still decent pay, something that I can build off of in the future. That'd be good,
Yeah.
if it's
Yeah.
out
This.
there.
Yeah. It's always good to learn. To have some kind of a skill. Like what Steve Holka does. His job. He'll always have work, and I don't see like his line of work being outsourced or anything like that. And
Right.
I think he's making. He seems to be doing pretty well for himself, and but yeah, he definitely I mean, Steve's definitely he's like on the right path, and I've a few friends that do the same thing that Steve does, and they do pretty well for themselves. But
That's good. I mean,
yeah,
it's always good to hear that.
yeah, but these on the other hand, I see a lot of people that go to college and they take out these $200,000 student loans, and they just and they get out of college, and they have a hard time finding a job, a decent job, that pays like a living wage, even something that pays like $40,000-$50,000 a year, though, is pretty tough to come by for a college grad in some cases.
Yeah. Well, Dave, the thing that I still have a lot of love for about being in Dallas is that, in a way, the city still hasn't completely sold itself to the devil, so to speak, like a lot of other big cities have. Driving up the cost of living and completely
Yeah.
screwing over their citizens. We could
Right.
still, you could still live here in Dallas as a single guy like me, and do a semi skilled labor job like doing what I do, driving a forklift and doing stuff like that, make 15 an hour and have a nice decent apartment in a good area for
Right.
750, 800 a month rent, but that's something almost unheard of in other cities. So I'm
Well, yeah.
extremely grateful for that.
He got
Yeah.
media guy says he's in Boston. He says a 2-bedroom apartment will cost him 2,800 a month.
Oh, Jesus
Oh
Christ.
yeah. Yeah. And I mean, if you go in like the Back Bay in Boston, that a 2-bedroom, you can jack that up to $4,000 or $5,000 a month.
See, I can't even imagine. I mean, at the same time, minimum wage is $7.25 here in Texas. But if you do the math on paper, it's still the cost of living just in those areas are absurd. I don't understand why paying for an apartment in certain areas of this country has to be so damn expensive.
It's greed.
It is greed.
That's all it is greed.
I mean, you can
Greed,
get. Whew, I can't wrap
Yeah.
my head around it. I mean, these places like Los Angeles, San Francisco, Miami, Boston, up there in the New York area, Brooklyn, Queens. It's like, who would want to pay so much money for an apartment that really isn't, all that great? It's just,
Yeah,
it
right.
boggles me.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen 1-bedroom apartments in Cambridge go for like as high as $4,000 a month, and they're tiny little apartments, and they're not really that nice, and it's just for this privilege of just kind of like being in the city and not having to not having to have any kind of commute. And that's why that's another reason why the traffic has gotten so bad in Boston, because if you just go on Google and just kind of Google Boston's traffic problems, and we're like kind of like ranking as at the top of the list for worst traffic in the country. But people are being driven out of the city, and they have to commute like 30, 40,
Jesus.
even 50 miles away. And so you have now you have traffic jams literally starting at 4 o'clock in the morning
Jesus
and
Christ.
and going straight through the whole day into the night, and it finally starts to kind of quiet down at about 1 o'clock in the morning. So you literally only have like a 3 hour like quiet period of time where you can get in and out of the city. And even if you drive through Boston at 2 o'clock in the morning, you still have plenty of assholes out there that are just pissing you off, because the people drive like complete idiots up here.
That is just and I understand what Dave's saying. It's complete insanity, and Dave's right. You have to go way outside of the city to get anything affordable, and then you're driving all them miles just to go to work.
Mhm.
I mean, I've seen, and I can attest to what you're saying, Dave, because when I visited New York City back in 2015, and at the hotel we were staying out up in Lower Manhattan, there were people walking the streets all freaking night, from sun up to sundown, and all through the night. It was just, they say it's the city that never sleeps, and a lot of these bigger cities, they call them the cities that never sleep, and they're true. That's exactly
Yeah.
right. You got people in herds walking around at 2 a.m. in the morning, just like they do at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. It's
Right.
insane.
That's what Boston's turned into a small version of New York. It's become the same way.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have too, just like these different, I'll scroll through YouTube videos and just look at these, these micro apartments and these high-rise micro apartment, infrastructures that they're building in these places like Boston, Los Angeles, New York City, Miami, and you walk in and you see how big those apartments are, and they're like 100 square feet, 150, 200 square feet. These tiny apartments, and they're charging thousands of bucks for you to literally live
Yep.
in a unit the size of a freaking bathroom.
Live in a
And it's like,
shoebox, you know.
Yeah,
yeah, these, I saw one, it was like a 78 square foot shoebox apartment that they were covering on Bloomberg or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was like, so you don't even have a refrigerator, you don't have a bathroom, you have to use the community bathroom that the whole building shares,
oh
which is
my
a load of
God.
shit. And
Mm.
you're having to pay $900 for this? Are
I-
you kidding me?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's like out to lunch in your head. I mean, if
Yeah.
you're gonna pay $900 a month to live in an apartment, if it ain't got a bathroom, it ain't got a kitchen, it ain't in a damn apartment.
And you see, Bill, it reminds me of the homeless video that you covered, the homelessness in California one time. There's
Yeah.
a lot of people living homeless right now who would love to just have a shoebox place like that. But if they're charging 800, 900 damn dollars a month for you to live in it, something like that should only cost you at most 100 a month to rent out.
Yeah. Well,
I
I
mean,
believe that because my friend over in Germany, Nick, if you go where he lives, if you go rent they call them flats, right? So you
right.
go rent a flat over there, which is an apartment. Don't come with a kitchen. Well, it comes with a room with the plumbing sticking out of the walls. Okay, you have to install your own kitchen. You have to buy your stove, your refrigerator, all of your counters and cupboards, and your sink and your plumbing and everything, and install it. And then if you move out, you have to uninstall it and take it with you.
Mm.
See, I guess if there's anything that I've learned just from being an adult for a short amount of time now, is that this country really does not accommodate the financial progress of the lower class. In an ideal society, I feel like they would, have unit complexes and apartment complexes designed for people on lower income to where they only have to pay, maybe they only live in like a 200 square foot studio apartment, but at the same time, perhaps they're only being charged 400 a month, 450 a month to, pay it off. That way they can save extra money and put that back into an education or a savings account. That way they can continue to progress financially. But if you have
Mhm.
a system set up to where these people are, the people who control this system are charging the same amount of rent on a 200 square foot apartment as they are on a normal 800 square foot one bedroom or two bedroom, that's a corrupt system. And nobody's ever going to be able to get to head, because if you have to constantly
Right.
work and work and all these hours just to pay the bills, you're never going to have time to pursue something else or an education. It's like, it's impossible. It's almost impossible to get ahead in a
Yeah.
system like that.
Yeah. It's the whole thing's rigged. It's if you want to qualify to live in a certain, get a certain housing or a certain type of mortgage or like say Section 8 or whatever, you can't make more than X amount of dollars. If you're by yourself, if you make like more than $25,000, you can't get that housing assistance. So I mean, so you have to literally be on like every single kind of government assistance program to just get welfare.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, that's what they're doing, is that they're just kind of killing the incentive of so many people out there, and a lot of people are just saying the hell with it, and they're just kind of throwing in the towel.
Yeah. And
It's too bad. I mean, you go to these like housing, not housing, but those rooming houses. I have an aunt that manages one of these places, and these rooms are like literally the size of a jail cell, 10 foot by 12 feet. And
Jesus.
you go there, and it's like there's like a little tiny bed and like a little like a desk or something, like a little bureau or something for your clothes. And
Oh,
these
God.
these rooms are like $600 a month, and you got to just for this little tiny room, and you got to share a bedroom. I mean, not a you got to share a bathroom with like 4 or 5 other strangers.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Well,
how the hell?
Hayden, we got a new guest in here. I guess he's your age, Hayden. TFL man, you're with us. If you got a mic or whatever you're on, you're here.
Hey, TFO, man.
Okay, we're not getting no sound from him at this point.
I think he might
Hello,
be
can you hear
adjusting
me?
his one.
Hello,
hear you.
yes, we do now.
Okay, I just had to make sure the quality was good because I had to step on my porch. So I'm outside. It's not like windy or anything, so hopefully you guys can hear me pretty good.
Oh yeah, you're coming in good.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'm 24 as well. Um, I'll be 25 this year. But actually, I wanted to tell you guys about something brutal that literally just happened to me like probably like 15 minutes ago. So like I'm on the way to the store. I was listening to the live chat. And I just had to walk to the store real quick, the gas station. So I'm walking, and I'm just minding my business. I'm walking down the street, and like I see two women or whatever. Like they're kind of young like me. So I'm like, all right, I know I gotta pass them. So I'm just walking. So like, but you know how sometimes like when you walk past people, like it's kind of weird when you make eye contact. So like you
Yeah,
almost feel the need to say something. So like I'm just
right.
walking past, and we kind of like look at each other, and they didn't look away. So I'm just looking. I'm like. And then like something instinctively like inside me just was like, hey, like I was just like, what's up? And they just literally just stared at me like like I don't know, like they saw a ghost or some shit. Like it was just so awkward, bro. Like and I'm like, bro, that's the type
Yeah.
of shit that I have to deal with. It's like when and deep down it's different reasons. You know that like looks come in a factor and things like that. So it's like and I understand. I think women just have such a skewed view of men. Like we're just like on two different like we're almost on two different like planets or something when it comes to men and women. Like it's like they look at us like just with the like like we're just all creepy or something. That's just how they make you feel. Like so I don't know. I just wanted to talk about that, but I'm like that just was just so awkward. Like like why they can't just say like hey like it just was so weird. I'm like, bro, like, does it have to be like that? And then I was
Yeah.
also saying in the chat, I realized one thing I realized too is, like when they get around other women, like when they're with their friends and stuff like that, whoever they're with, like if it's other women, like it's almost like they want to like make a joke out of you or something. Like I realized that like they'll, they might say something to you just to be funny, or they might give you that weird look or something, just like I just said, when I was just walking to the store. And it's like when they're by themselves, they don't do that. Like if I'm in a store, if I see a woman or whatever, like, she won't, try to be friendly or approach you like that. But when they're with other women, they'll get like that. You know what I mean? And it's almost like a lose-lose battle if you're by yourself. As a man, it's like, what can you do? You know what I mean? Like it's like they just want to make a clown out of you or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like it just,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's weird.
Mm,
That's fucking brutal, dude. I
yeah.
understand where you're coming from. I've been in that type of situation. I actually
Yeah.
had that happen to me yesterday. Same thing. I gave a girl my number because I felt like she was showing me signs of interest, and she just gave me that same look that you said those girls gave you, just complete 180 repulsiveness. Just like
Yeah.
deer in the headlights, and it's just like, God damn. I mean,
Like it's just it's brutal. But
Mm.
I didn't want to go on like a rant or anything. I just want to say, Bill, like, I appreciate what you're doing, like, for the whole community and everything, TFL. Like, I've been, like, hearing about you for, like, a while, but I wasn't, like, subscribed to your channel or anything. But then I saw you were doing these live streams. I actually saw it on another channel. Um, what's his name? High Plains Bear. He, like, uploaded a video, like, kind of responding to one of your chats, and then that's when I started watching it. And I'm like, I need to call in, like, but this TFL thing, it's brutal. Like, I've been following like all the TFL channels and everything for years now. I actually was a part of like a few Heat and Succeed like chats and everything. So like I'm familiar with, the whole community and everything. But yeah, it's just I don't know. And I earlier I heard you guys talking about like the whole getting older thing and how it just gets worse. And I'm only 24 now, but like I definitely feel it. Like I see how it can get worse. You know what I mean? Like
mhm.
it's not getting any better. You know what I mean? Like it's like a lifelong thing. Like
Well,
I
this,
don't know.
you know what, the sad thing about it is you get older, it does get worse for you, but it'll only get better for you. You know, like Dave would be a good person to ask because Dave is Steve Hoka's age. He's 49. He's lived TFL his whole life, and he'll tell you when you get older, it won't affect you. It won't affect you as bad as it does while you're younger.
Right.
So it's like more
Yeah.
like accepting it the older you get.
Yeah, well, here, let Dave talk, and he'll give you. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. You know, is I think at this point in my life, it's just, you know, after you go through it for so long, it just kind of starts to wear off. And, you know, you just kind of don't, you know, you're not thinking about it as much. And you start to actually feel like at this point in my life, I'm actually starting to feel like, you know, I'm actually kind of safe from these women because, you know, you get married and now you're in a pretty vulnerable situation. I mean, because, you know, right off, you get married and right off the bat, there's a 60% chance you're going to get divorced.
Yeah.
And
Crazy.
yeah, and that's, and you know, and as a guy, you don't want to, you know, you don't want to be in that situation because if you're a guy, you know, and you get you know, you get divorced, you know, you lose, you know, you know, unless your ex-wife isn't, you know, really going for the kill, you know. I mean, I've seen some guys kind of luck out and they've kind of made it out, you know, not too bad, but I've seen a lot of other guys just really, you know, really end
Yeah.
up in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
I think it's something with my generation too. Honestly, I was talking to somebody about this the other day, like somebody older, because I think it's interesting talking to like somebody older and kind of their views on it. But you know, I tell people like, yo, well, my generation, you know, with social media and everything like that, like I don't know if it makes it harder. I think it's just like a part of our, you know, just socializing now. You know what I mean? But it's just different, you know. And as a young person, it's like you still want to interact with people around your age. You still want to talk to women around your age and everything. But it's like you just see how like you know it's different. I know it might sound weird, but I actually wish I like grew up in the '80s or something. Like I want to be like a Gen X. Like I don't like being a millennial. I think Gen X might have been the best generation because it's like it wasn't any of this. Like, you know, like people had their own social circles and everything, and people just, you know, kind of stayed to themselves. It seemed like it just kind of worried about their own lives. Ever since social media took off, everybody's just so obsessed with everybody else's life, and it's
Yeah.
just like it's I don't know, it's weird. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I went to my high school years were from 1984 to 1988. So I was kind of like right in the middle of the 80s there.
yeah,
It wasn't, I mean, there was still, you know, there was still some TFL out there. I mean, I'm a good example of that, obviously, but,
yeah,
it wasn't as widespread. I know what you mean by, you know, I know where you're coming from in that regard. Um, but, yeah, there's still definitely, you know, there was a lot, you know, plenty of guys that had problems back then. And even at my age, I go to, when I go to my high school reunions, um, you know, I went to one, you know, just like a year and a half ago, and the girls that were like, you know, kind of like the big shots of the school, you know, the cheerleader types.
right,
These girls will still kind of put you in a category. They're still like they're still like kind of like almost embarrassed to like be seen interacting with you when you try to just talk to them, you know.
that's
And
crazy.
yeah, and you know, I was telling this story about a week or two ago. I was on this live stream, and I was up at the bar, so, you know, talking with a couple of other guys, and you know, one of these girls comes over and you know, starts talking to these two. She just kind of like left me out of it. She just excluded me from the conversation, and she's like telling these two how she can like go fix them up with, you know, with one of her girlfriends, you know, and you know, but it's like, you know, but you know, no, Dave, you're still at the low end of the social spectrum, so we're gonna kind of push you out of this conversation. You know, just, you know, she could just tell she was just kind of like I don't know if she was being like really malicious in a way to just kind of exclude me like that, or if she was just, embarrassed to like, she just didn't want to be seen interacting with me. I'm not, probably maybe a combination of the both, but it's just so effed up
I
either
think
way.
I think it's society, and I've been saying this for like some years. Like it's kind of an unspoken thing in society. It's like um social awkwardness or something like that, right? It's almost like a unspoken language. Like certain things people don't like to talk about. Like I realized like with the TFL thing, Black Pill, a lot of people are just they're never gonna understand it because they never had to live life through that perspective. Like this is why I talk about like generations and everything so much now because the older I get, I realize like you look at the younger generation, however old you are, you always look at the younger generation and almost try to live your life through them, like see how they deal with situations and things like that. Like I have younger like cousins. I was talking about this in the chat. They're like like 17 and 19 and stuff. And I kind of watched them grow up and they don't deal with stuff like that. Like they have girlfriends, everything like that. And I, I kind of try to black pill them sometimes. But the thing is, I'm not the type of person that like tries to push my like ideals, down somebody's throat or anything. But as men, we talk and, women, they'll get brought up and everything. And they don't get it. They don't see it. They don't understand it. But I realize because they, they probably always had that type of validation. They never had to really like deal with the whole like TFL thing or whatever. So like they'll agree with me and stuff too. That's the weird thing about it. Like they understand what I mean when I say like, how women are and everything. But it's like they don't care. You know what I mean? Like they don't.
No, they
It's
don't
not a it's
Oh
not
care.
an
yeah.
issue for them.
It isn't because they've had their life handed to them. I've heard lots of stories about the guy who grew up with a sister who was heavy set or chunky or what have you. He went his whole life not be able to get a date, and she always had a guy in her arms.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's like this is why I think it's a reason for the TFL community. It's a reason for pretty much everything. And I think one thing I think about society that needs to change. We need to start understanding each other more. I know it might sound like a cliche thing, but I really mean like w- we tend to stick to our ideals too much. Like we tend to look at other people and we like to push ideals. It's like the whole feminist movement or something like that. It's like they're only looking at it one sided. They're only looking at it from their perspective. We,
Mhm.
we need to look at things from everyone's. Like everything can be, nothing is like can be accounted for. You know what I mean? Like everybody has their point on. Like it's not like this is just okay, you might have like the red pill guys or something like that, or a lot of MGTOW guys. They might try to deny things as far as like black pill and everything, but it's like we're not each other's enemy. You know what I mean? Like we need to start understanding each other, start realizing like yeah, that does happen. It is guys that have those type of problems, and you know what I mean. Instead of just trying to like deny everything. Like some people just deny things, and it's like that's society is never going to move forward like that. That's why we have race issues, all this stuff, because it's just one side,
Hmm.
that wants their beliefs and their views to be accounted for. You know what I mean? But they want to deny the other side. Like it's always it's two sides or however many sides to everything.
It's
Like
always competition, okay? Whether it's men competing against men for a woman, okay, or women competing against other women for that what little short percentage of men they're chasing,
Mm.
okay. And then in the jobs market, people are freaking competing on the job site for the next promotion, the next raise, and throwing each other underneath the bus. And then we have races competing against each other.
Yeah.
yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is.
It's ridiculous.
It's all way out of whack. I mean, everything's upside down. Nobody, as much as I've said this in the past, it stands true. The majority of people in today's society have the first clue of what they're doing.
Yeah. I
Exactly.
Completely agree with you, TFL man, on the social media issue because I remember what it was like having Instagram, and after a while, honestly, it just you start to have mental breakdowns and suicidal thoughts. Just get on Instagram. I mean, some of the stuff that you see and the way it makes you feel on there. I mean, anybody with
Exactly.
Instagram living TFL, I mean, they got to get the hell up out of that.
Mm.
That is so true. That's why I got off. I used to have a Facebook. I got off Facebook because
Mhm.
I don't like to see. Okay, because Facebook is different. Like every social media site is kind of like they're ran in different ways. Like Facebook is more like people that not necessarily people that you know, but like mutuals and just kind of regular everyday people. And it
Mhm.
gets like just frustrating after a while seeing like everybody's thoughts and what everybody's thinking, what everybody's doing. Everybody thinks they're
Right.
so important. Like it becomes like just insanity.
It
But
does.
I do think it's just it's the same thing as women. Like I heard one of the streams that Bill did, and that he had this one lady on there, and it's like one thing I realized about women, they'll get so defensive and so angry when they realize that you figured them out. Like when you figured out the bullshit, it's like they get upset about that. It's like, what are you upset about? Like it's the
Yes.
truth. Like you can try to deny it, but it is what it is. This is real. Like TFO is real.
They
Mm.
do. And it gets demoralizing, especially if you try to engage in a conversation with a woman because they always want to hold you accountable for your wrongdoings. But
Yep.
anytime you want to call them out on their wrongdoings, they either hang up the phone on you or they get out of the car and you don't even have an opportunity to talk with them because they just don't want to hear it.
Yeah. And they throw the shame and tactics, all that type of stuff.
Yep.
Like I know I figured them out. That's just that, and that's what I think they don't accept that. You know what I mean? And uh, another thing I want to say, what I realized too, the whole alpha versus beta thing, that shit is so overblown. Like people don't even realize. Like show me a guy that's really considered alpha in the truest form. Show me a guy who doesn't simp in some type of way. Like this, like I really believe that every man, I don't care who you are, every man is. It's almost like we're born to be simps. We're raised the society is literally like designed for women's benefit. So it's like, can you really succeed like that unless you're like, I don't know, maybe a good looking guy or something like that? S- they talk about looks, money, status, and all that. Can you really succeed just not giving in to you know what society says, the societal rules when they talk about dating and all that stuff. All that stuff benefits women. It's centered around women. So it's like they try to shame guys with this whole alpha and beta thing, but how can you really be that? How can you really be a true whatever a alpha is considered if you're still playing into what society says? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's all designed for women. Like that's just what it is.
Yeah. But to your point, you always hear people use the terms like Chad or Tyrone, and they use those terms as if there's this small subset percentage of men in society that are completely different and levitate above everybody else and are completely immune to all of the world's problems. And that's simply not the case.
Yeah. It's
So, I
just
mean,
it's like I don't see it. I see people use that a lot. The whole alpha thing. I'm like, I just don't see it. You know what I mean? Like if you're a guy like me, like I truly like I don't like I don't kiss women's asses or anything like that. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't do any of that. And it does it really get you more success? Like do they like they want the simps. They want the guys that's
Well, you know what?
you know what I mean?
You know what? You're right about that because at one time you had the bad boy era, okay, and that was through the 80s and into the 90s and even up in the 2000s you had the bad boys, but in the last several years now it's flipped over. Well, there's a lot of
Yeah,
women that are in dating limbo that don't want to date at all. And then what women are dating, they're not looking for the bad boy or the alpha no more. They're after the simp. They want the
exactly.
simp
Mm.
because they're looking for a slave.
Bro, I can't think of one guy that really embodies whatever the alpha role is, like every guy I know, they every guy I know, they date, they do all this, they you know what I mean? Like they like they and then when I tell them when I express with whatever the true meaning of whatever they try to say alpha is and all this stuff, they look at me like I'm crazy, like because they know that that's not gonna work. Like they whatever they do, they think it works. You know what I mean? If they're treating them special, if they're doing this and that. And I'm not saying I'm not even saying like, oh, don't do. I'm not telling people what to do or anything like that. But when I point certain things out, just trying to give advice and everything, it's like it doesn't matter to them. They're still gonna play into women's favor, and it's like, but they think like that's like they're winning when they do that. Like and but they would think that they're the alphas or whatever. It's like I just don't see it. Like I don't treat women, especially when I talk to women, like I talk to them like I would talk to any regular person. And
Well,
it's like they don't.
but that's exactly it. You're not the one that's in the wrong here because you're talking to them like you're being yourself, okay?
Yeah,
And I applaud you for being yourself because you should always be yourself and never put on no damn fucking fake face to impress somebody else because if you're going to play the game and be a liar and deceiver just to impress somebody if you want, well, you're not going to be able to keep up your act anyhow, and that goes for both genders, okay? And
exactly,
what are you going to get out of that? What you're going to get out of that is destroy anything you may have created because you wasn't telling the truth to begin with.
exactly. And yeah, and I am, I try my best. It's hard in society, but like I do try my best to just be myself. And one thing I realize, people don't understand that that's one of the hardest things to do. Like people always say, "Oh, be yourself" and everything. It's like that's really hard if you have a certain ideal. Like it's extremely hard. Like I don't hide my beliefs from anybody. Like I've told my family like how I feel about certain things like this, whether they agree or not. You know what I mean? Like I still that's just how I feel. But I feel like most men, every guy, I can't think of one guy that I know in my life that doesn't play into what society says. Doesn't it's like they just don't see it that way.
No, they want to. The problem is a lot of people that are younger, like you or Hayden, okay? You grew up in a world that was already toxic. By the time you got to puberty and when you started actually looking, the world was already so screwed up it wasn't funny. So you don't have no other life experience other than what you're living, okay? And I'm almost around 59 years old. And I can go back and remember when our society was a whole lot better than it is now. And I watched it
Yeah,
do nothing but get worse. Every generation it's a little worse than the last, a little worse than the last. And now here we are where we're at. And it ain't going to change unless people break through the ice. You don't got to fit in. A lot of people want to fit in with other people. And they're not going to censor themselves, okay? Just so they can fit in with the group think. And all of the thinking and everything people are doing and what they're calling normal in today's dating scene is nothing but usury. So it's all based
exactly.
on, yeah, it's all based on using each other for what you can get out of each other.
Yeah, and as is it's sad to realize that as men, we're just like disposable. Like that's how they treat us. Like we're disposable. Like they know, it's always going to be another one. That's why, like, if you are really truly that type of guy, like you going your own way and doing all that, it's like I'm not saying don't do that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying like you got to take what comes with it. Like a lot of people are just not gonna want to accept that, especially a lot of women or whatever. Like they're not gonna want to accept that. I tell women this stuff eh, my beliefs. It's like they don't. They just they do not agree with it at all. Like they get so angry when you just tell them the truth. Like when you're not being like they want you to tell them what they want to hear. That's what it is. That's all they want. They want you to tell them what they want to hear. They want you to play the game. It's like I don't want to play the game. Like
Yeah.
because I don't feel like it's not necessary. You should be able to just talk to a woman and be yourself. And it's like all this extra stuff is not necessary. People talk about love and all this stuff. It's like, how is it love? If you really have love for somebody, if you really build a connection with somebody, it's like nothing else should really matter then. Shouldn't matter like how much that person makes and all that type of stuff. Like, but it's like this is the game we play. And for
It's
my generation, it's even worse. Like these
it's a
women,
usury. It's a complete usury system. Okay, relationships are built, and what you're using today's society, you can't build nothing. Everybody wants instant gratification. They think that you
exactly.
hook up with somebody, it's like a house that's already built. They want that instant gratification. They don't understand that relationships are built.
Yeah, and it's like it's hard. Like the whole code approach and all that stuff is like it's way harder than people might think for some guys. Like come on, like why do you like I don't understand why people think like men are just like we're just supposed to accept how it is. We're supposed to want to play into that type of game. Yeah, like it's a losing game.
You want to, I mean, you always subconsciously, analyze the guys who do have girlfriends, and you try to observe, is there any certain way he's acting? Is there, certain things that he's saying that make him stand out, that gives him, the girl that he has?
So true.
I
Like
mean,
I literally feel the same way. I analyze, different things like that too. I look at certain different guys and it's like, what are they doing so special? They're just playing into the role that they were taught. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, like I think as men, we literally were taught to be simp. You have to be taught to not be a simp.
mhm.
We're raised on simp culture.
You
It's
are.
like,
I mean, your
Like
generation really truly is.
yeah, it's this one other thing I wanted to say. I just remembered. I just thought about it. This thing that I'm getting sick of too. Like a lot of people would try to say, "Oh, don't put women on pedestals." It's like, wait a minute, where did that idea even come from? So it's my fault that society literally puts women on pedestals. Like when you have certain societal rules that people just abide by, like when they say, do this and do that and treat women this way, like how are guys not gonna how are we supposed to look at women? We're supposed to look at them like on our level when literally society is telling us to that they're different and they're special and how, like, but then they'll tell us, oh, don't put them on oh, just talk to them like normal people. But society doesn't even do that. They don't even like they don't tell us to do that. We're not raised to do that, but we're just supposed to just automatically know to do that. Like, come on. But
yeah.
so many guys will say that, oh, don't put them on pedestals. Like, how? Like that's literally what we're taught.
But that's also the reason women, there's a high number of self-entitled narcissist women. And the reason they're self-entitled is because of that very thing. You keep placing a woman on a pedestal above yourself. You create a shitload of double standards where everybody accepts and goes along with. Okay?
Yep.
You become nothing. Okay? You're nothing. She's everything. And she ain't gotta worry about it. She has tons and tons of choices to choose from. So she can play games with whatever men she wants, to lead however many men she wants on, and just go from one to the next to the next to the next. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's all normal.
This is why it's like certain social interactions, just like earlier, and I said I was walking to the store. This is why stuff like that happens because it, it's so much pressure on guys. Like it's so much pressure when you're around women. It's so much extreme pressure. Like you have to tell yourself to like you almost have to believe like okay I'm not gonna look at them like they're special. I'm just gonna talk to them like because that's the way society teaches us. So even in those like that messes us up. Even in those interactions, you get weird and because you feel different. This might sound crazy, but I literally sometimes I think that men and women like we're almost like we're literally almost not even the same species. Like it should be like a human A and human B. Like I'm just like I literally think this sometimes. Like we're like what's like it's nothing other than us being human.
You
Like
know,
like
maybe
we're in the same family, like species wise, but it's like we're not even the same. It's like we're
I don't know we
so
are.
different.
I'd have to say something I thought of because I understand you so well. I always thought to myself, how did I get on this planet? Where's my spaceship? I can't be from here.
Exactly. Like it's just so
There's yeah.
crazy. And you see, and this is another thing too with guys, and I don't mean to make it a race thing and all this stuff. I am black, but this is something I don't know. Maybe if someone is another race, they might not understand. But as black guys, one thing that I hate too is like we're always looked at as we have to be cool. And I don't mean by other races. I mean like in my own race being maybe other men can relate to this too, but it's like you always have to be cool. Like yeah, you could try to be yourself and everything, but when you're around women, you always expect to just everything has to be cool. You can't be awkward. You can't be nervous. You gotta be everything has to flow just so smoothly and so like you gotta have this kind of aura and all this. It's like that's just too much pressure, man. I'm not like that. I'm a nerd. Like I'm not a cool guy. I never pretend to be. I'm not that cool. So it makes it more it makes it even more it's just even more pressure on your guy like some guys are naturally cool. They have the confidence and all this stuff, and then some guys don't have it. But one thing I realized too is the reason why women are more naturally confident is because they're raised to be more naturally confident. They're more validated. They're more
Well,
celebrated and all this stuff.
it ain't even validated. It's that women are placed up on a pedestal and all kinds of double standards have been created. And you've been taught from the time you're a child, don't you ever put your hands on a girl. Okay? If you
Right.
got a sister and she fucking did piss you off and hit you and you hit her back, oh, you're the one in trouble because you don't freaking hit your sister. She's a girl. Okay? And this has been pushed out through society for years. You have to look at the social engineering and understand that, I feel this way about it. You're meeting a girl for the first time, you're going to maybe meet her at a public spot. You should go get something to eat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, according to gender roles, I like to call it rules, okay? You're supposed to pay for a meal. And you know what I say? No, I'm not. She'll pay for her meal and I'll pay for my meal because she wanted equal rights and she has them. She has more rights
Exactly.
than me. So she could pay for her own meal and I'll pay for mine. And if we actually get to like each other, then maybe one day I'll buy hers and another day she'll buy mine. And if you don't like that idea, stick it where the sun don't shine.
This is what I say to
Yep.
that too. When something is expected, how can it be appreciated? This is why I realize like women don't appreciate men no matter what we do. If we pay for a date, do all that stuff because it's expected. And it's like, wait, don't expect anything from me. Like if I do something, it should be appreciated, but they don't. They might say they do. They probably never admit that they don't, but innately they expect those type of things. So it's like it's not even appreciated.
No, it
No,
isn't
it's
because, well, go ahead, Dave.
yeah. I was going to say no. It's definitely not. I mean, how many times have I taken some woman out on a date and I've paid great money on dinner and or taken her somewhere and I never you go out you have that one date and then you never see or hear from her again. You know
Yeah.
that's happened a
Yeah.
bunch of times with me and but yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like I don't even like to. This might sound weird, but I don't even like to like. It sometimes you get to this weird point where you don't even know if you should give a woman as much attention as you do. You know, like okay, it was a comedian, a late comedian. He died. Now his name was Patrice O'Neill, but he talked about this before too about like it's kind of a backwards thing with men and women. Like with men, when it comes to sex, we'll give up sex. It doesn't really matter to us. Like it matters to us to have it, but we don't hold on to it as sacred as women do. But our time is something that we do hold on sacred to. Like we won't give every woman so much of our time. Maybe some men do because they don't know that maybe they shouldn't or whatever. And for women, it's backwards. It's like they'll give up their time. Like you can talk to a woman forever. Like how many women have you talked to and it's like it doesn't lead anywhere, but they'll still talk to you. They'll still give you that, because they're getting something from us without, without us getting something from them. They're taking our time from us. Like they're taking all the
Yeah.
attention, that time. They like that. So like sometimes even like if I'm talking to a woman on the phone and stuff like that, sometimes I realize like, hold on, maybe I shouldn't talk to her so much on the phone because it's like she's getting so much of my time, and what am I getting in return?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they hold on to sex. Sex is like sacred to them. Like they don't want to just give that up. So why should I want to give up my time?
You're absolutely right. And I think well, you were mentioning, some of the issues in the black community. And I know I've also heard Oreo Man, or Savvy Guy, say that a lot of black women, because I'm also pretty attracted to black women as well, but a lot of them
Hmm.
won't give you the type of day unless you're that thug player
Yeah,
type of. If you're just a normal black man who has a good job, or you know lives a good life and just responsible, like that's a turnoff to a lot of those women. And I actually do see that. So it's a messed up situation.
yeah. If you're I don't know, maybe if you're attractive to them or whatever, but yeah, it's definitely like that. Like it's crazy. Like dealing with black women and stuff. Like it's just it's
Hmm.
crazy. Like you almost have to have a certain like swag about you and all that stuff. And when you don't, you feel that pressure. Like I don't want to have to be cool all the time. You know what I mean? Like around women and stuff. I
Right.
don't want to.
You should be able to just be yourself because she's not going to change a damn thing about herself now, is she?
No.
Nope, not at
And
all.
it's like I've seen that, one of the most frustrating things, and me and Dave were talking about this on one of the live streams. It's like if you're in a situation where you know for 100% sure that you're never going to have a woman in your life ever again, and your dating life is just completely come to an end, it's easier for you in a way to just embrace it and move on. Whereas if you're a guy who is, good looking, takes care of himself, has a decent job, very responsible, financially stable, all that, all those bells and whistles, but yet you're still struggling with TFL, you're always going to feel in the back of your mind like you're just that one step away from getting what you want. And every time you feel like you've arrived, it's, that golden nugget that you're trying to grab onto is vanished. And it's like
Yeah,
life will always be just positive enough to keep you motivated to stay in the game, but it'll never be good enough for you to actually feel like the game is worth playing. Does that make sense?
yeah. It definitely does, and that's almost that's I had a kind of like a small theory about like the dating coaches and all that stuff too, and I know it might not be um they might not be doing it consciously. It might just be a subconscious thing, but I actually think a lot of that stuff is just to keep us like thinking that, oh, we're gonna have this, we're gonna have that. Like it's just a lot of selling dreams and everything like that. Like and they want you to just follow that, and then you realize it's like it's not working for me. Like
Well,
I'm
Right.
supposed to just
I'm going to throw in something here about game. You hear the television set promote game all the time. Well, I've watched it and I've seen it over the years, speaking people, well, you got to have game, you got to have game. And your television set tells you, and everybody around you tells you it. And I say this about game. What is game? Oh, well, game is nothing but putting on a fake face. Okay, manipulating a line to impress, to go after your want. Okay, that's what game is. So you're going to start off meeting somebody by being dishonest, lying, and manipulating to get a want. Okay, so you've already
yeah,
broke a foundation right there because there's going to be no trust because there can't be trust because what you're doing is destroying any chance of having a meaningful relationship from the very beginning. And both men and women are playing into that. Another human being's emotions and feelings is not a game to be played with.
yep. And like like Patrice O'Neal used to say, like if you're not winning the game, take your ball and go home. Like you losing at the game. Like sometimes you remember being a kid, and it's like sometimes you just gotta walk away. Like you know what? I'm taking my ball and going home. I don't even want to play anymore. And that's sometimes it really feels like that.
I
Like I'm
don't
not even
blame
gonna
you.
play the
You know,
game.
I probably never even would have anticipated. When it comes to dating and you got to be playing games, I walk away every fucking time. I never once ever played game to meet a woman in my life. Okay,
Yeah,
and I'm not going to start it neither.
I
It's
think
sad.
I think as men, like we're. It's not like it might seem like around here we're just like we're like oh we just need so much validation from them. I don't think it's that. Like men we're okay with being alone or as far as just being to ourselves and everything. But something innately in us is making us feel the way we feel. Like we we see the game is rigged and we see how it's like look, nobody wants to go forever being alone. Nobody wants to like you as a human you want that companionship. But and then you even realize like I can't even have it the way I wanted to have it. Like even if like the
Right.
only way you can have somewhat of that is to play into that type of game. And you just I don't know, you take what comes with it. But I'm still gonna have my beliefs. Like I know I'm still young, so I'm still learning a lot of stuff. But I feel the way I feel, man. It's
Well, you
like
know, if you heard the beginning, you heard what we were talking about in the show. The best things you can do is get involved in an activity and go out and put yourself in a group and go there for that reason. Not for
yeah,
the reason of finding a woman. Go there for the reason of the activity and do it on a regular basis so people get to know you. Because the end result is one day you might meet somebody just being yourself and she'll be being herself playing the game and you click or whatever happens, you get to know each other and you just don't know what may happen. But the one thing you have for yourself is you can remove yourself from all the pressure just by forgetting about women completely and going out there and living your life and having fun.
exactly. Just doing what like just naturally makes you feel happy, and just that's literally how I live my life. Like and I take what comes with it. Like if I'm alone or whatever, it's just like look, whatever. Like I can be happy and be alone. Like that's the thing. Like people from the outside looking in, I might think that like we're saying like oh we can't be happy without women. We can, but it's just
It's your mindset. It's
yeah
people's mindsets and social engineering of society that has shaped people's minds and they have to change their mindset completely. Okay, and that's not easy to do. It takes self work.
yeah
But if you're TFL, you got nothing but time, right?
exactly
So therefore, you might as well do the self work on yourself so you can finally at least be happy. Because if you stay depressed and lonely, it'll destroy you. It eats you from the inside out.
yeah. And I've been dealing with that for years. Like the mental health thing is it's a hard thing to deal with. I have social anxiety. It's something I've been dealing with for a long time. But I'm not I haven't gave up. Like I'm still trying to figure out just the best way I can deal with my own problems in my own life and everything. Like sometimes I have to give myself credit. Like that I do try and I do, I try to make things, I try to change things or, and my perspective is always changing. That's another thing too. Like I don't feel the same way I felt when I might have been 18 or 19 or whatever. Even when I first learned about TFL and realized that's something I was going through and everything. My mindset is constantly changing, it's constantly evolving. Like, who knows how I'm gonna feel, in the next few years or whatever. But yeah, I think that might be one key component to what a lot of guys are going through as far as TFL and everything, or incels and everything. It's a mental health thing too, and people don't understand that. People don't realize how much that affects you. Going through certain things like that, social anxiety, depression, and all that stuff. Like it's a hard thing to deal with. But we were born. It's like it's nothing really can change. Like we got to just deal with it how we deal with it. Like we're already here. You know what I mean? Like so it's like you know, you have no choice but to at least try, you know. But it's extremely hard though, extremely hard. Just everyday social interactions, all that type of stuff. Like I don't know, I feel very uncomfortable around people, but you know, I just it doesn't stop me from you know going out if I, wherever you know whatever I have to do. I still you know I deal with it the way I deal with it. You know, as a man, it's like it's all you can do. It's not like a woman, like you know, that can be coddled and everything. Like man, it's different for us. Like we just have to deal with things on our own. And that's what I mean. Like going back to what I was saying about they get upset when they realize you figured it out. Like, like you figured out figured it out,
It's
and
you
they
know
don't like that.
it's like that. It's like that song from The Doors. You know, people are strange when you're a stranger. You know,
Yeah,
if I don't know if you ever, I don't know if you're familiar with that song. If you ever hear the lyrics, listen to the lyrics of that song. You know, faces are ugly when you're alone. You know, women seem wicked when you're unwanted. And you know, I mean, Jim Morrison hit the nail right on the head when he wrote that song.
Yeah.
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 We're just we're constantly evolving. And one thing, like you know, I call myself a futurist a lot because I think I predict a lot of things. I don't know if I could predict this TFL thing. Like I don't know where it's going. I don't like I think it's affecting society, but maybe not in the way we think. I think this you know it's just like certain people that go through certain things. It's like it's just unfortunate and a lot of like most I can't stress this enough. I haven't known anybody in my personal life that I could say literally has been affected by like TFL or anything like that. It seems
Yeah.
like it's just me and my personal life. So it's like I have to realize, okay, that's what I'm going through. Nobody around
Yeah.
me understands, so I just got to figure it out myself.
Yeah. I've got a few friends that are you know, my age group that have been pretty much TFL their whole life. I got one guy that this one friend of mine. He's living up in New Hampshire somewhere, and you know he's 51 years old. He's never, you know, he's basically been in the same kind of situation I'm in. You know, had a couple of short-term girlfriends. That's about it. Never really any kind of long-term steady
Yeah,
relationships. And he's so lonely up there. I mean, like, you know, and I see he's on Facebook, and once in a while he'll post like, I mean, if he goes to Denny's and gets a free breakfast, that's like a big event in his life. You know,
Mm.
it's really just really sad. You know, it's you know, with a lot of guys. He's a good guy. You know, he's a guy that's you know, he's never been into drugs. He's always worked hard his whole life, and he's just you know, he's just kind of you know, an aging guy that's all by
yeah.
himself, and you know,
One
Yeah.
thing, one thing I have, I will say this. I've been saying this for some years now. I think I said this back in like 2017. This whole thing between genders or whatever, sexism it's gonna get worse. Definitely, I definitely think it's gonna get worse. People like to focus on race and all that stuff. I think sexism is gonna be a bigger topic in the next few years. I really think it's gonna be because this is what social media does too. Like if you notice, you'll see things like that. You'll see like confrontations like that on social media where it'd be like men against women and everything like that, women against men. It's only gonna get bigger. Like in the next few years, more men like the only thing is like they don't live a lot of them don't live TFL or whatever, but they still have their issues. They still can understand the differences and the double standards and all that stuff. It's gonna get it's not gonna this is why I say about society we have like if we don't look at things from different point of views, if women never decide to try I don't even know if they can look at it from our point of view or whatever, but people don't try to understand the other side's point of view, it's not gonna change. Like
right.
it's not gonna change. In a few years, I'm telling you, by like 2022, it's gonna be big. Like it's gonna be, you know,
Yeah.
it's gonna be
They,
like a gender war type of thing. I really do believe that.
yeah, they don't understand. I mean, I have a sister who's a couple of years older than me, and she was you know, she was always like she was like really pretty, you know, growing up. I mean, she's still a pretty attractive woman. I mean, she, you know, but like when we were younger, when my sister was in high school, you ever see the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off? She
I heard of
she
that. I never saw it.
yeah, she kind of she my sister used to look like the girl that played Ferris Bueller's girlfriend in that movie.
Okay.
And so let's just say my sister never had any trouble, you know, having her pick of what guys she wanted to date. My sister had more of a dating life by the age of 14 than
Yeah.
I've ever had in my whole life. And but no, she doesn't understand. It's like it kind of goes like this: to those that understand, you don't need to explain. To those that don't understand, no explanation will do. You know,
Yeah.
and that's just somebody once told me that, and I mean that's just so true. You know.
Yeah, it's just that's what I say. You brought up that movie came out in the 80s, right? Ferris Bueller.
Yeah, 1986 that came out.
Bro, I love everything about the 80s, I swear. Like I've been so big on like the 80s and everything. Like that's why I said like I don't know. I think it would be different for me. If I was like Gen X and I grew up in that time. I think a lot of things would have been different. I'm not saying it wasn't TFL or anything like that, but it just I don't know. It just seemed like a more fun time. It's just not. It's not a fun time right now.
It definitely it was more fun back then. It was people weren't so hurtful back then towards each other, and I think I kind of started noticing a change with women, kind of started to become a little bit like kind of cold and and callous right around 1990 or so. I
Yeah.
think that was kind of like that. That's kind of the magic year that I kind of noticed it anyway. 89, 90, maybe 1991. I started kind of noticing that, but
Like you
yeah,
can even
the 80s were fun. They were a little bit more fun, free spirited. You didn't have the political correctness that's run amok,
exactly.
and
That's
things
that,
like that.
yeah. Not to cut you off. That's literally what I was gonna say. Like you can even see it. Like you watch movies now or show. It's like so much stuff gets ruined by all this propaganda, all this agenda pushing. You know what I mean? All this. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you see it in movies. Like if you really understand it, like you can see it, like and I'm so sick of it. The race agendas and all that stuff. It's like trying to make
Yeah.
white people seem evil, trying to make men seem evil. Like it's just like it's getting pushed so much. And when I look at older stuff, like older movies and stuff like that, they wasn't
Yeah.
like it just doesn't seem like they were pushing stuff like that.
It
Like
Yeah.
wasn't.
now
They're
it's just like it's crazy.
exactly. Yeah.
It's slowly over the years they've used the TV set to brainwash people, and they do it on a slow scale. In today's society, it's no different than 30 years ago when it comes to the male bashing. That's been going on 30 plus
Yeah,
years. But now what
definitely.
we've done is we've flipped women into all these big top positions. She's beating the shit out of all these guys, and she's this hero and she's that hero, and the guy could have never fucking did the mission or completed it without the females praying because he's just too stupid. That's the mentality they're
Hmm.
pushing.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's so blatant and it's like it's so funny and I like to dissect stuff like that and because I see it and people get so they get angry but it's like look this is what they're doing like I'm not a fan of that
Yeah.
like I see it you know
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have this. They're pushing pornography. They've made pornography so widespread. Like you can go online and just see this never-ending um, smorgasbord of pornography on. That you have like all this access to. Okay, but they're banning something like Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah.
It,
And the irony.
yeah, it's
that is true you know I actually I've been talking about that recently too about the whole like censorship of certain things. I'm like, I was riding in the car with my brother-in-law one time, and I was listening to the radio, and I see how the radio is still like censored, and I thought to myself, and I said like, why do they censor the radio? And then he was like, well, kids listen to it. I'm like, well, but kids can just go online and listen to stuff though. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you can try to pretend that stuff isn't real. You can try to censor stuff, but it's like, I mean, this is reality. It's almost like if you like when you were a kid or something like that, and you watch cartoons, but it's like who's to say you can't just turn to the next channel and watch HBO or something like that, or something like censorship is just to me is pointless. Like censoring things. I'm not saying that like, oh, kids should be exposed to certain things. Like, no, I understand kids should be kids or whatever, but I'm just saying like certain things I just don't see the point. I see like it's too much political correctness. It's too much like, oh, don't say this, don't do that. Like people are too like offended by certain things, and it might sound hypocritical because I get offended about like the propaganda stuff, but that's because I don't see it as being real. If it
Yeah.
was real, then it'd be like, okay, I could see that, like but it's like it's only one sided. You know what I
Well,
mean? So that's
that's the majority of everything for the last little over a decade. I did a series of videos called It Happened Again. Okay, and it was all on domestic violence. And they always told one half the story. It's the other half the story they would never tell. Okay, when a man hit a woman, it was always, well, I wasn't doing anything. I cleaned the house and I was cooking a meal and my husband come home and he just beat the shit out of me for no reason at all.
exactly.
And it's like it's complete insanity. But I watched this happen over and over, so I did a series called It Happened Again. And every time we had a domestic case, I freaking did a video on it over and over, and then pretty soon other people were copying. It took off for a while, okay, but the point is it was always one sided all the way, all the way, all the way. I even got to where I felt, man, I'll bet you if a little girl come up missing in California, all of America would know it. It would be on CNN and ABC and CBS and Fox and all of them, right? But if a
Yeah,
little boy come up, missing, the only people who know about it was the local news in that town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. They
it's
they
so
put it
true.
on like page 10 of the local newspaper for one day, and you never see it again.
Exactly.
Right.
It's so true. And I
You
don't, and
know,
it's almost like sometimes like I don't even understand. Like you look at Hollywood and stuff like that, and I'm like, why is most of Hollywood so like why can't they be for another cause? It's like why like how did you get all these people? It's almost like the liberal idea or whatever, like liberals, conservatives. It's like the liberal idea is like it's so the norm for some reason. I don't understand. I don't understand how like everybody like most people can be just for like this side like what type of brainwashing is that most of Hollywood literally says, okay, yes, this is where we're going. We're pushing this. We're pushing, men are evil, women are just. It's like all of you feel the same way. Like it's so weird to me. Like I don't know. I don't understand it. That's why it stands out more if you have
Yeah.
somebody like Donald
I,
Trump or something like that or whoever.
y- y-
It's,
yeah, I think the media is just being controlled by a small number of political and financial elites at the top. So it's not like
yeah,
it's not really a bunch of people that's really kind of running it. They just it kind of seems that way because they got all these different media companies. But when you go the further up the top of the pyramid you go, you'll see that or the chain of command, you'll see that there's only a very small number of people that are running it, and they're pushing you know they're pushing an agenda. They're definitely doing that.
Yeah.
They,
if I directed movies, man, it'll be so different. Like, and
No.
it wouldn't even be an agenda. Like, I wouldn't even be pushing an agenda. I would just show like from my perspective how I see things, and people will take it how they want
Unfortunately,
to take it.
yep, unfortunately, they would never let you produce your movie.
yeah.
You
Everything.
might be able to produce it, but you won't get it seen on the airwaves or in the movies either or anything because what you
Yeah,
would do is the opposite of what they want. None of this is an accident. These actors and stuff you're seeing played in today's society, this is intentionally done. It's part of an agenda. And they're not going to freaking just change it back to the way it was because they don't want that no more.
yeah.
Mhm.
It's
Exactly.
so not to cut you. You can go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, all these movies that are written and produced, they all have to be approved before they can even be made by this board of people that are controlling Hollywood and controlling the media.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can go ahead now. It's
No, I was just gonna
wanted
say, like in a
to put that
weird
out there.
way, I've been saying like because like I said, I've been following like TFL for years and everything, and MGTOW and everything. And in a weird way, feminism turned me conservative. And it's so weird because I traced it back and I'm like, this is why I like, and I'm not gonna say I always was like, like I picked sides or whatever. I never identified as like liberal or conservative or anything like that. But I realized I'm like, through feminism, through seeing that my ideals and my beliefs were so opposite of that side that I literally started to look at everything so different. I started to look at politics different. I started to look at society. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be attached to that side. I don't like this is their idea and like I don't believe any of that. So it turned me conservative. It turned like I didn't even care to vote or anything like that like years ago. Like I didn't care about all of that when Donald Trump ran or whatever. Like I wasn't against him, but one thing I realized I'm like like for some reason I understood him more than I understood like any other politician. I'm like, yeah, I might not agree with a lot of things he's saying. I'm speaking for like how it felt back then, like when he first ran, like 2016. I watched his campaign because it was so viral, or whatever. And I'm like, I can actually understand what he's saying though. Like for some reason, like I actually, like I feel like he's speaking to me as like a casual like voter or something like that. So and then years later, I realized like, you know what? I know people might disagree with me, whatever. People might, not like it, whatever. But I'm voting for him because that's how I feel. That's my beliefs. I'm like, I believe, like my beliefs more align with that side. I might not know everything about politics or whatever, but when I looked at how the other side, liberals, are like they're more for like the feminism and all that stuff and the propaganda and all that. It's like it's just not
Mhm.
it's not a part of my beliefs. I don't feel that way. So I'm like, I am more on the conservative side.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like that. It's so funny to think that like that feminism, like that MGTOW and everything like that literally led me all the way to like a whole political shift or something like just looking at society in a whole different way. And I'm like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
I get it now. I get that they're telling the truth, and certain people they're not telling the truth. That's just what it is.
Right. No, that's perfectly understandable. Because
Yeah,
I've kind of had those thoughts too. Because I've never liked the idea of how feminism has been kind of just shoved down our throats, and it started out as a noble thing, and they started it out slow, kind of, and they've just eased it in, and they've just ramped it up over the years, and it's just
yeah,
basically turned into like this militant, that it's like women have become almost like militant in the way they behave towards the way they carry themselves.
It's totally
exactly.
reversed. It's more like the men are women and women are men.
Yeah.
Like it made me look at everything so differently. It made me look at race differently and every all this propaganda push and like certain things that I thought that I actually liked. I went back and looked at it differently. Like, wait a minute, this is doing nothing but being problematic or whatever. Like, have you ever saw that movie Get Out? It was a horror movie,
What was it
and
called?
I
I
think I've
Get
seen
Out?
that one.
Get Out.
No, I never saw that.
Yeah, it was a horror movie. Came out a few years ago, but basically the whole premise of it was that white people were trying to steal black people's bodies or something. It was a horror movie, and I'm like, when I first saw the movie, I'm like, as a horror fan, I'm like, this is a good movie. I like this movie. But then years later, like I said, when my beliefs started to change and everything, and I'm like, this is such a problematic movie. Like this is doing nothing but causing more race wars and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And then I looked at the director. His name is Jordan Peele, if you don't know him. He used to have a show on Comedy Central, or whatever. This guy is a like I don't want to get too emotional, but I'm literally like ramping up thinking about it. He is such a racist bigot. He's a black guy, such a racist bigot, but he gets away with it. I believe just because he's black. I I'm don't mean to turn this whole thing to a race thing. This is just like I said, it goes into the whole propaganda and everything. This guy literally said in an interview that he doesn't see himself casting a white man as a lead role in his films. And I'm like, if a white director said that, it would be. I mean, his career would be over. I'm like,
That
this guy just gets
that's
away
true.
with it, and all
Right.
his movies. Now I started to see it. He's coming out with more horror movies. All his stuff is literally just race center propaganda. I'm like, this guy. I do not. I actually used to be a fan of this guy. I thought he, talented, creative, whatever, because he was a comedian. He started directing movies and stuff. I'm like, this guy's talented. But I'm looking. I'm like, you like you, you're just it's just bigotry. It's racism, but getting away with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it is. It
pretentiousness,
is. That's
and
exactly what it is.
he thinks he's like a new Stanley Kubrick or something like that. It's like Stanley Kubrick didn't do things like that to me. Watching his films, like he didn't put all that type of propaganda. He just showed certain things, and people felt the way they felt. They still have theories about his films years later. He's been dead for years, and they still
Mm.
theorize over why he made this film, why this and that. But people don't understand. Sometimes people are just creative like that, and they just put things out there.
Well,
That's how I feel
maybe
about it.
maybe think about that when you talked about that movie, and then let's look at what they done not so many years back, called Black Lives Matter.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
and that
totally against that now.
right, that was another thing that they did that was really to divide us. I made a video when they done that, and I come up and the name of the video was All Lives Matter. And Calvin DeSoto, who used to be part of TFL for a lot of years, okay,
Yeah,
he came up and made a reply at me and told me I was a closet racist, okay, because I dared to say all lives matter. He slammed me for it, told me I was a closet racist, and then he went on, he made all these racist remarks, and then he went on to say that he can't be racist because he's protected by his skin color. That black people
mm,
can't be racist, only white people can.
that's just the most ridiculous thing ever. And imagine this from a black person, wherever. Like I literally I say these things to people I know, whatever. Like, I get into sometimes debates with my own family and stuff. It's like, just imagine the looks on their face when I they don't understand another way to think. Like, some people just don't understand another way to think. Society is just like, they've been so brainwashed, and I'm like, and then
Mm.
I don't know. I just feel like at one moment I just was aware of all this stuff, and I'm like, what is the where's all this coming from? Like, I don't see this. Like, they're literally, when you put a spotlight on one thing, of course it might seem like it's that way. If a police officer kills a black person or whatever like that, oh, now they're just killing black people. Like, that is just not real. Look at the statistics. It's just like, that's not happening. And a lot of times people provoke the police. Like, people, they don't speak about all that type of stuff though. People resist arrest. All this type of stuff happens.
Mm.
Like, and it doesn't mean it's not, bad police out there or whatever. But it's like, I, I'm like, they need more credit though. I'm like, they're putting their stuff on the line. They're putting their life on the line every day. People don't understand that. Like, people try to kill the police. Like, people try to do a
Yeah.
lot of crazy things. They go into crazy environments, dangerous environments every day, and we're
Yeah.
just gonna like we're gonna make it a
Exactly.
race thing. Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the media, they're doing this deliberately to create all this disarray and division. And that guy you mentioned there, that puts these movies together, that put that movie together. What's it called? Get Out.
Yeah, Jordan Peele,
Yeah, I mean, see now
he
this
makes me
guy.
sick.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is. I mean, these his movies are getting approved. I mean, because like by before he even makes these movies, and by higher ups, and and they
Yeah,
and they're like, okay, yeah, make this movie because this is pushing our agenda. So yeah, they just figure, yeah,
and I
the more
I
the
almost
more
wanted
the better.
I almost wanted to see. I'm like, why can't somebody, like, if like, okay, you're a part of his film. You're working, like, why can't a black person that's a part of his film just say, you know what, I don't agree with that, what he said about that, and speak out about it? Why can't they do that? Why can't they just say, you know what, no, I don't feel that way. I don't think that's right to say you wouldn't cast somebody of a certain race. Like,
Yeah,
and it's like, but they'll continue to work with them and stuff like
yeah,
that. And it's like, that's just, to me, that's just not right.
yeah.
If it was the other way
Unfortunately,
around,
it's just
yeah.
the money that if they okay, you're getting paid enough money to do that, they'll people will pretty much sell out.
Yeah. What does Hayden think? He's been quiet for a while. Want to make sure he's awake yet.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening in and enjoying, the chat y'all are having. Um,
Yeah,
I
it's
do remember
craziness.
watching that. I do remember watching that Get Out movie. I don't remember it, to be perfectly honest. I lost a lot of memory from it,
This
but
guy,
I
I'm telling you, I'm sorry not to cut you off. He's ruining, he's ruining things for me. Like the Twilight Zone, I used to really like that show. He came out with his own new version of Twilight Zone. So much propaganda. He literally has, it's an episode on this new Twilight Zone series called Not All Men. And the whole premise of the episode is like every man just goes crazy. Every man just turns into like a maniac and tries to kill women. It's
Oh,
like
it
what?
tries
Like
to
Mhm.
kill women, of course. You
like
think
what?
about it. Well, think about it this way. I was talking about this once already. Okay? When you have a little girl and a little boy, they're little kids and they're babysitters or television set, what do you think this kind of message does to the little girl's brain?
Exactly.
Mhm. Yep.
Exactly. Like I see it with the kids now. I have younger siblings, and I hear them sometimes talk about race stuff and everything like that. Like they're this is what they're being taught in school and stuff. It's like I'm just like, wow, you know what I mean? Like this is how we were raised. Like I was brainwashed.
Yeah.
I was taught a certain way, and now it's like I grew up and I'm like, I don't believe any of that, and I fully believe that what I believe to be the truth. Doesn't mean I'm right about everything, but it's just like show me the proof of what you're talking about. Show me your side of it, and then because I'll pull up statistics. I do this when I debate. People I'm telling you, they get so mad. I pull up statistics. I'm like, look, and I'm just like, look, this is the facts. This is what you're gonna do. What you're gonna argue? You're gonna deny facts? Like
I,
this is
wa-
the truth.
I want to change topics on you for a moment, guys.
No
Okay?
problem.
We can go back to this topic, but I want to change this real quick. Okay, the coronavirus. Okay? Now, when you look into the coronavirus, you'll find out it's nothing but influenza A. And so today, the CDC had a live broadcast on, I think it was NBC. And then later on today, old fucking vice president had a broadcast with his team on Corona. Okay. And of course, they talked about the stock market. But what caught my attention is the CDC, when they're talking, first off, like Steve and I talked about, we believe our elite's been in our face the whole time. The majority of the House, okay, they had a doctor speaking to the CDC, and it was the House. So the majority of our House are all elderly people, baby boomers, in their 80s and shit, still in positions of power. But I caught on to something, okay? They're talking about getting funding to fund more money to fund all this is going on with Corona, right?
Oh, bullcrap.
And now the first thing they bring up on the list of things they want to get funding for outside of they already said Corona, he wanted to get more funding for influenza.
Mm,
Now, Corona cannot be gotten by human beings. You know what
right.
Corona is? It's the same disease as influenza A. It's called Corona because it only happens to animals, and it cannot go from an
Wow.
animal to a human. It's impossible. It
Right.
cannot come from an animal to a human. And then when you look into it, influenza A has the exact same symptoms and everything. It's a duplicate.
Mm.
Okay? And so what was this guy talking about? Well, they were looking for funding for influenza. So literally what they've done is that was the first thing on the list. Okay? Outside of them talking about the coronavirus, the first thing on their list, his list was influenza, which is exactly what corona is.
I didn't even know that.
Mm.
So I was laughing when I heard that because there they are. They're actually telling you what it is. They're just not doing it in a way unless you're awake to know and you do your homework. But if you
Yeah.
do your homework, you can talk to any vet you want. You'll find that the corona disease cannot be given to humans from an animal, okay? And the only way it could have ever been airborne to give to humans from an animal would be if it was engineered in a laboratory.
Right.
But the key was as he brought up influenza, almost the first thing he was looking for funding on. So you really know what we're facing? We're facing an epidemic of influenza. But they don't want you to know that. You know why? Because your school shots you got when you was a kid, one of the vaccinations that you had to have was influenza.
Yeah, I remember that.
So what are they doing? They're going to tell us that we have this new virus called corona, which is the same virus as influenza in animals. Okay? And they're going to tell you it came from an animal when it can't come from an animal. But yet they're looking for funding for influenza, huh? Could that be because the shot they'll give you will actually be for influenza?
Hmm.
And they'll
Could
just
be.
put a new name on it?
Yeah, I mean, I still, even though there's a lot of people that are trying to induce the premise that, you know what, this corona issue could be serious, I still stand by you, Bill. I mean, I stand by it. I still think that this coronavirus scare is, I mean, that's just what it is. It's a scare. It's a
It's a
hoax. It's
scare.
probably just a false
Right.
flag to
It
induce
might
fear. I
be
don't think it's serious.
it might be a test run to see how
Could
far
be.
they can go. But if you pay attention to the stock market, you see it bouncing up and down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you was the one behind this and you put your bets on the stock, certain stock falling, when it falls, you make big money.
Yeah.
So I told people follow the stock market. I think this is about money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a coworker at work today. We were working on some machines, and he leaned over to me. He said, "Do you hear they have a one confirmed case of coronavirus in Frisco, which is a part of Dallas?" And I said, "Well, I think he needs to stop drinking Corona and switch to Budweiser or something."
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's sort of funny, you know. But I look at the reality. I don't think. I mean, I think this is a big scare. I think it's going to go away. You're going to see it go away. Okay.
Mhm.
But right now they're going to play it out for a little while. And if you watch the stock market, there's somebody making a lot of money on it. But I could be sarcastic and I can play along with it and say, okay, let's say it's real. Okay, if it's real and it's really not influenza, which I know it is, okay, then it's really corona. That means it was engineered in a lab. So you mean nobody's looking for the perp then, right? And then they want to say that Trump stopped all people coming from China and not going into China from the U.S., right?
Mhm.
Well, then why didn't he stop the shipments for orders? How come Warren was able to get a package shipped from China to him and got it on the weekend?
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Another thing that kind of sticks out to me as a red flag pertaining to coronavirus is I've seen a few instances where they have set up a few media outlets and TV personalities to promote the CDC and the World Health Organization to mandate that people should get their shots. And well, what's that all about? That's, I mean, it's profit. I mean, they're using celebrities to endorse, hey guys, you know, just keep yourself safe, you know, go get your shot and do this, do that, be a good person,
Yeah,
you
they'll
know.
push for their
Yeah.
shot that they already got, that you already had for influenza, but they can't call it influenza because they can't sell a new shot to you if they do.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy.
Yeah. If you want my opinion, I think that this thing is going to disappear as fast as it came. I would say within, I would say 3 months or so. Give it about 3 4 months. It'll probably this should probably be gone.
I think it'll be gone and not talked about no more. People go on like it never happened.
Mm.
Hmm. I mean, it seemingly came out of nowhere. I mean, there was no buildup. There was no, you know, insinuating skepticism leading up to this investigation of Corona. It just blew up in a matter of one day, maybe.
Well, you know, not only that, but you got to think about it from the reality. If it supposedly was dropped in a market in China, like they like to tell you, their official lie, okay?
Yeah.
If it was supposedly dropped in a market in China, first off, somebody or some certain amount of people would have to get sick and all be going to a hospital, and then they wouldn't think nothing of it first, and then more people would come in. then they would start thinking about it and they'd start looking. Now they'd be investigating where it come from. But no, what we saw is it happened in the market spread, and then now it was around the world. It was going all over the world. It was a pandemic, and we never thought once the minute it happened in China and they were talking about it before it was any other country, that all countries, nobody would be allowed to go into China or out of China. That would have happened from the very get go.
Yeah.
But that
Good
didn't
point.
happen at all, did it?
Huh.
Mhm.
Well, I think if if one of those media personalities would be willing to pay my round trip ticket to China so that I could actually go into the culture and go into these places where it's supposedly at to see if people are really getting sick and dying from this, I would change my perspective. But until somebody can do that, I still think it's a deception.
Yeah. I just, my gut screaming it, and I listened to what was going on today, and when I heard that guys, they're chasing money. They're talking about they need more money. They needed something like $12 million.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
And so they're chasing more money, and then so they have to come up with a list of things they want. And outside of talking about more money to help finance Corona, they gave the list of things, and the first one on the list was influenza. And when you look into influenza A and you look into coronavirus that hits animals, they're one and the same with two different names because we can't get it from the animals.
Mm. Don't you just love don't you just love their priorities, Bill?
Oh, yeah.
They can ask for millions of funding for the corona. They can, um, use millions, billions of dollars for funding, bombs to drop in the Middle East, but they can't round up millions to help the homeless.
Oh,
I
I
mean, come on
know.
now.
I know. Well, Jeff Ashton says, well, they got Italy locked down. Yeah, I know. I've seen that report. But do we know that? Can we go to Italy to find out if it's really locked down? I mean,
Nope.
my thing is this. I think we need to be able to travel to these spots to make sure because I'm sorry, but we're lied to every single day. And now
Yeah.
you expect me to just believe whatever's fed to me. Well, but look, it's going all over. Well, where do you get your news from? Oh, but it's going all over. Where did you get that from, parrot? Polynita cracker?
I mean, it's kind of just like, if they can use editing in a movie to make it look like, nukes went off and entire cities, got demolished, what makes us think that they couldn't manipulate the the video in the media to make it seem like something it's not? I mean,
Yeah, they that's all they do every pretty much every day. I mean, they're just they're like Bill says, they're lying to us every day, and they're showing us all. It's just all propaganda. It's. I mean, this dates back. I mean, you can go back to like Nazi Germany. I mean, they kind of did the same thing. It wasn't as sophisticated, but you know,
And you
that's
look up also to see there's no law against propaganda. We allowed it. So it's
mhm.
literally wrote in the law that it's illegal for them to report propaganda. Now, I mean, once we made a law protecting liars and saying it's okay to lie, you put yourself here. We're here because we allowed that to happen. And they've been effectively doing it for years. What Dave just said did happen in Nazi Germany. And it's happening here. But that's what I really wanted to say about the coronavirus. And I think Dave and Payton are on the same page I am, but I wanted to get that out there just because of what I saw. I found it interesting. The first thing on the list was influenza. When I already know that the coronavirus is influenza, they just don't want you to know that. But
Right.
Mhm.
you know,
Right.
to our
Yeah, I gotta look into that now.
to our TFL man there, I don't know if how much awake to this shit is, but he seems like to be very awake to a lot. So
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. As far as the coronavirus, I'm not gonna lie, that shit was definitely scaring me. Cause I thought a lot of people wasn't taking it serious, but I don't, that's why I was just listening to you. Like, I don't try to, and like, just like you were saying about doing research, I think a lot of people don't do research on a lot of things. They just believe a lot of things. And I don't know, like, I don't know. When I seen that, it just kind of, I don't know, it just kind of scared me just seeing how, like, seemed like it was getting closer and all that stuff.
Well,
But
I understand that. I mean, I got a guy in comment right now saying I'm sorry. He's telling me sorry, but I'm wrong about this. The coronavirus, you have been that I've been misinformed. No, I'm awake to bullshit. Okay, I'm not going along with the official reports unless I can go visit the sites in person.
Mhm.
Okay, sorry, I'm not going to go along with it. I already see way too many red flags that tells me this is all a big fucking scam. Okay? And you
yeah,
think, well, no, they wouldn't do that to us. Oh, well, you got a long way to do to wake up. Did you realize they wouldn't do that to you? You're definitely sound asleep yet.
It's
I
like,
was just like the other guy was saying. I was thinking that too. Like this would be something that like they'll start talking about. You know, I don't know how long it's gonna take, a couple of months, whatever. Like you said, like, and it'll just I just don't like. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I don't like trending things, but I don't like when like it's just like society we all just follow one thing and it's like because something's trending and people they don't take it serious, they just joke about it and stuff like that,
Mm,
and it's like we just move on. But yeah,
right.
like I do a lot of research on the things what I believe in, you
Yeah.
know.
Hey, Bill, I just wanted to ask you a question. You remember back in the 80s, the USA for Africa thing, the famine in Ethiopia?
Uh huh.
You remember how they kept there was always being, there was like this million, supposedly, millions and millions of people dying over there. And then all of a sudden they had, all the elite, all the top names in the entertainment business came together and gave a concert, and then like it literally just went away. Like right after that, it was like it just disappeared. Don't you kind of find that a little funny?
Uh huh.
That's just, I don't know what to say about that.
That's yeah. I mean that happened. I mean I was I was in my teen, I was a teenager when that happened. But Bill was definitely Bill was in his 20s. And
Yeah.
but that was like a big story. That was like kind of like the big story of the 80s. I mean, there was a supposed like the entire country of Ethiopia was just dying of starvation.
Mm.
And like it was just like it just food just ran out. And like all the top names in the entertainment industry all came and gave like a concert or whatever. And then like immediately it just right after that it just went away like it as if it just never happened.
Oh
We
yeah.
never heard.
That's exactly it. And that's why I know I got a little slack in my comment section because they think that this official bullshit on Corona is real. Okay. I'm not gonna go back on what I feel and what I see. I've been doing shit too long and I see through this crap. And will they actually workplaces and stuff start going on alert? Will things like that happen in the US in the next couple of 3 months? Oh, I'm sure it will. Because as long as your government's pushing it and the media's pushing it, people are gonna keep buying it.
Yeah, people people believe almost everything they see, or it's just like people believe what they want to believe. Whatever fits somebody's agenda, their idea, they'll believe that. They don't want to listen to somebody who doesn't share the same ideas or beliefs.
Well, they don't
Mm.
have to listen. I invited a guy earlier. Okay, he didn't like what you guys were talking about, dating scene topics, and he was tired of hearing us talking about women and blah blah blah. Okay, and so I typed to him and told him he knows where the X is. If you don't like it, here, use it, right? Okay. So then his comment back was, "Oh hell no!" and he started harassing us for talking about it. So I had to ban him.
Oh man, wasn't Crimson, was it?
No, it wasn't. But I mean, I just told him simply, if you don't like the topic, I didn't make you come here. I didn't put a gun to your head. I didn't twist your arm. Okay,
Right.
you came
Well,
here
what is
all
this?
of your own will doing, and if you don't like it, you can leave. But to say, "Oh hell no, I'm not leaving," I'm gonna keep whining at your topic. Well, no, you're not. Bye. You just left.
What is
That's
this
like,
thing where it's like they just people just want to silence certain people, like they just want to silence men or something. Like women talk about men all the time, you know what I mean? But it's the norm. It's like it's okay for them to complain and
Oh yes, you're
whatever.
right. Yep, that's Norm. You got it right. You said it right on the head.
Like, come on, I literally, it's like we talk about double standards and stuff. I literally see women say certain things that literally, if men say, it'll be a problem. You know how many women
yeah.
comfortably say, "I hate men"? They just comfortably say that, like they just, you know. But if you're a man, you say, "Oh, I hate women." It's just, oh, it's, you know, it's like, bro, like,
No,
come on.
you're
Mhm.
not alpha enough. You need to step your game up, bro. It's awesome. Yeah.
I love the memes, the incel TFL memes. Just shower, bro.
I know it. You can't take a 10-minute shower. You got to take a 12.5-minute shower. Are you kidding me? You got to wash with pheromone soap, bro.
Oh my God, this is a topic I don't even like going into. I've known people that fucking bragged how clean they was, and I watched them go take a shower. And not that I went into the bathroom with them or anything, but you're sitting in front of a clock at a table and they go in the bathroom, take a shower. Okay, they're fully clothed when they walk in, of course, and they walked in at 5 minutes to the hour, and they walked out fully clothed again at the on top of the hour. And I'm like, hold on a minute. You mean you just undressed, washed your entire body really good, dried off, and redressed all in 5 minutes?
I love the way Steve Hoka impersonates the incel memes. Oh, dude, you gotta get self improvement, dude.
Bro, Steve Hoka, I think Steve Hoka is like I don't know, he's almost like I don't want to say I mean, I probably build too, like founding fathers or something like that of TFL or whatever. But it's funny, like sometimes I look at it like that, like who's actually I look at somebody like Savvy Guy, like I saw, I saw someone call Oreo Man Saint Brand.
Mm.
It was just so
Yes.
funny, like this is like, I don't know, I don't even know if Oreo Man knows how much people he has fans, like he has a lot of people that that support him and
Mm,
everything, gets a lot of views and all that
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
And
Steve.
yeah, I look
Steve is. Yeah. Steve is very animated. I'll give him that.
yeah, like
Mm.
Steve Hoka would be like I don't know. I don't wanna put somebody too high up and then other people might get mad or something. But I think he might be like I don't know. He's something, something that as like a founding father or something like that to me, like a TFL or whatever. Somebody who
Yeah.
kind of like, you know,
Yeah. He was. I think he was one of the first. I mean, well, with the exception of Bill.
yeah,
Bill,
Bill took.
Bill and Steve. I discovered them at the same time. But yeah, Steve was. He was like I said, very animated and really outspoken. I mean, both of them were. Um,
Yeah,
but just kind of really got your attention, and it was the first time I've seen people actually speak out against what's been going on and the screwing that men have been taking for so many years, and no men have been doing anything about.
I think
Mm.
something that's kind of it's kind of good about like the internet and everything, and is you'll find people like you. That's the thing. It's like that's how I discovered TFL. Like I was going through it in my life, and then I'm like, I just started looking up certain things like on YouTube just to see if like other guys maybe felt the way I felt, and I just found
Yeah,
like this whole community like of guys who and the guys just putting themselves out there, letting people know like this is what I go through and stuff. I'm like, wow, like
hmm,
but that's I guess that is like the good thing about like the internet and stuff. You find people that like that understand you and everything. Like because like I said,
right,
because people in your personal life might not understand. I don't have anybody in my
right.
personal life I could talk to about these certain things, and they actually understand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I exactly. I mean, I immediately connected to Steve because we're the same age, and what he was describing is exact. I'm like, wow, this. I'm like, I feel like I'm listening to my. I mean,
right,
this is exactly what I say to myself. I mean, what this guy's talking about, and and all these other little quirks that we have in common. He's run marathons, and I used to be a marathon runner myself, and all this other
And then
stuff. I
like
mean, it's
it,
kind of
it's so crazy because it's a lot of guys that's like deep into it. Like you can learn stuff from like other people, like incels. Like I always find it fascinating. Like when they talk about certain things, like they'll talk about jawline and frame and all this stuff. I'm like, wow, like it's like this is so crazy that like that society is this. Like okay, I was saying this before about how like you look at animals, right? You look
mhm,
at dogs and stuff like that, and it's just like you know if you look at an animal, you think you're a human and everything. You might think like you would never want to trade places with an animal or something like that. But then you think about it, like it's almost like they just react off instinct. Like I don't think they have like that's the almost the gift and the curse. Like it might be things that we can do, the animals don't do, whatever. But for animals, it's like, do they have to worry about all this? Like I sometimes used to think that sometimes like animals go through like mental things and stuff like that. Like they just seem like they don't. They're just they're literally like reacting off just like instinct and just how they what I mean like and
Yeah.
we have so
sure,
much of this social shit. We have so much of this like, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that, and you got to be like
yeah,
this. Like what the hell, like animals don't interact with each other like that, you know what I
yep.
mean?
It's
But the
it's all
human people, yeah.
Yeah, it's all the social conditioning. That men have to meet all this criteria. It's funny how women, for the most part, they just basically they just kind of just don't really have to meet this stuff. And we have to do all the impressing. We have to have the right look, we have to have the right job, the right education, that we have to be a certain height. I mean, my physical. I mean, you see a picture. I mean, I got my picture right there. That's actually a very recent picture of me. That picture's only a few months old. I have hair loss, obviously, but other than that, I'm in very good shape. I mean, I have a pretty well,
Yeah.
structured face and everything like that. But yeah, I mean, most of the time, these women they'll just look at my hair loss, and like, they'll just be like, oh, and he's not tall enough. I'm 5'8", and the overwhelming majority of women out there, they'll just immediately just
It's like
cast me right out.
it's so exhausting like to think about stuff like this. Like it's just like as people we're just like we get weird around each other and we do all this. It's like we're not just being who we naturally are as species, and that's why I brought up the animal thing. It's like I look at animals, I'm like they're just being who they naturally are. Like like okay in the wild, you know what I mean? It's like they'll tell humans, oh, don't do this, oh, don't kill animals. Animals kill each other though. You think they give a fuck? They don't care. They you know what I mean? Like it's like I'm gonna eat. I'm a lion. I'm going to eat. I'm going to hunt. This is in my nature. Like there's like they don't think about, oh, should I do this or should I, or I shouldn't. But as humans, we have to do all that. We gotta like, oh, don't say this, don't do that around, or when you're talking to them, do this and don't say this to women and be confident. Do this and do that. It's like what? Like why can't I just be who I naturally am as a human being? When I feel it innately.
Yeah.
We're so marginalized by society's rules. We're
It's a
so
great
pressured
point.
to be what other
Mhm.
people think we should be. And it's like that's one thing I envy about animals. I'm like they don't they live and they die. They just you know what I mean? Like they just
Yeah,
they- they're savages. They'll be outside. You know what I mean? They don't like they'll do whatever to get along, to get by. You know what I mean? Like the humans, we have so much of this, and that's where the mental things come in. That's where the depression comes from. That's where anxiety and all this stuff. It's just like wow, like you know what I mean? Like it's weird. It's weird to me. Like I like I want I find it hard to express myself about a lot of things like this. I'm like I want to just be able to just tell people how I feel. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
sometimes it's not the right time and all this stuff, and it's like it's too much in our. It's almost like 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 robots or something. Like robots or any type of technology is programmed to be exactly how it is. Like I almost wish like in the future like maybe they need to like turn humans into like part cyborg or something, like program us so we don't have to even have any like emotion behind anything. We can just like do things. I don't know if this makes sense, but it's just like be able to just, you know what I mean, like almost like a task, like do a task and not think about it, not have so much of the mental things. And that's what it is. That's what a human brain does. It's like all of the fears and all this shit. It's just like, man, it gets exhausting. You know what I mean? Like I almost want to be like a robot, just like don't care about anything. I'm just whatever the task at hand, like Terminator or something.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, I see where you're coming from. Like I mean, you see how they would develop us in society just in a robotic way to where we just do what we have
Yeah,
to do to make it by without the spiritual and the mental
no emotion. Like
effects,
Yeah.
yeah,
all that stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is, in a sad way, they kind of already are, like transhumanizing us to be sort of like robots, but in a way, they're not taking the emotions and the negative feelings out of it. They're actually amplifying the negative emotions and feelings, and they're making it worse.
Yeah. Yeah. The
So,
whole thing is dehumanizing. All these like things that they put on men to like to kind of like meet these requirements, and that's exactly what
yeah.
it's designed to do, is basically just to dehumanize men.
It's
yeah,
so much
gotta
pressure.
gotta be macho, bro. Gotta
Yeah,
get
it's like,
Jim, bro.
you gotta have all these attributes to be the ideal man, and like very few men are actually gonna meet that criteria.
I get
Yeah,
Which
anxiety
is
just
it
thinking about it.
already.
gotta get that money, bro. You gotta get in the
Yeah.
gym, bro. Well, there's a problem, is that there's a lot of guys who have that money, bro, and are in the gym, bro, and they still don't
Mm.
have that woman, bro.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Bro, it's like, come on, man. It's so much pressure. They don't even like women would never understand the pressure. It's so much pressure.
They wouldn't.
Well, they've never had it.
Cause
No,
we
You,
we as men, like certain things, just like women, certain things come natural for us. Like some things are innate. Like they talk about protect and provide and all that stuff. It's like as men, it's almost like we don't even have to be taught to do that. We protect our families. We protect. We know where we stand. But then it's all this extra pressure that's put on, and that's where I feel like they don't do that to women. They don't pressure women to do this, dress like this. I mean, you might have some people that do that, but most
No, it's
society just lets them. They feel liberated. They feel free
yeah,
to do what they want to do.
it's
They can just
it's
be.
just mostly pandering and catering towards them. I mean, what did we have yesterday or the day before? National Women's Day? I never even heard of that before.
I never
Where,
even heard of it's
where did
National Women's Month. Like,
where did that come from?
And you know what else is
apparently,
National Women's Day?
Yeah,
Valentine's Day,
yeah,
Sweetest
that,
Day,
yeah.
birthdays, Christmas. It's like, come on, you need an
uh,
International Women's Day too. And when is International Men's Day? In November.
oh no,
No, where nobody cares.
you're not allowed to have that. Well, they'll let you have it, just nobody cares.
well,
Like
Mhm.
I've
nobody's
never even
supposed.
heard of Women's History before. Like, when did they have a Women's History Month? Like,
What history though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like
well,
what's their history? Like
I know they've been promoting it
I,
on
I
one of the radio stations that our coworkers play at work, and I'm just like, I've never even heard of a Women's History Month. Apparently, March is the new Women's History Month. I mean, I've always heard of Black History Month and some of the other things, of course, but
Okay, well,
I've never heard of a Women's History
I don't
Month.
like that either.
Where's
Women's
Men's
History
History?
Month. Okay, here's what they're gonna do. They're gonna show you women marching down the street holding signs picketing for equal rights. Okay. Okay,
It's
they're
like
gonna they're gonna show you a lady sewing the first American flag. Okay, then they're gonna show you what? Okay, women were working in the first restaurant. Okay, waiting tables and cooking food. So what are they gonna show you? Because there ain't much of history they can show you. What are they gonna show you? Women on the battle line up front? No, they're not. They were never there.
you
Oh, it's
know what's
crazy.
crazy? It's like I've been thinking that about history too. I'm not saying I don't believe history or anything like that, but one thing I realized, think about how times are today. Think about how it's so easily to influence people today to believe something. You telling me that hundreds of years ago or whatever, decades ago, whatever, that you couldn't convince somebody that it was a certain way when it might have haven't been like that? Just how they convinced like black people, like all the police are just killing all black people or something. It's like maybe they've convinced us to believe that women were just so mistreated when maybe it wasn't like that. Maybe in the 50s,
Mm.
this stuff, maybe it wasn't the way that they portrayed it in movies and stuff like
I
that.
don't think it was. I don't think it's ever been that way. Think about it. Women have always been the most protected. Okay, everybody wants to use the caveman day theory and say men were the protectors and providers, and they went out hunted and gathered and protected their woman. And everything we always see has been about protecting women since the beginning of time. So if you're so
Yeah.
busy protecting them, how could they have ever been the victim?
Mhm.
And
Well, the thing is, Bill, they always use the argument of, well, the women should be protected and prioritized over the man because they have to carry the baby and give birth. But at the same time, I have to contest that and say the man contains the sperm and the DNA that actually creates the child. If you take that away, there is no baby.
right, and it's not, and I don't mean to be insensitive. I know I would never know what that's like as a woman to have a kid or whatever, but that
Right.
doesn't impress me. You know why? Because that's literally that's that's natural for them. That's what they're supposed to do. That's
Mhm.
literally that's like why should I praise them for that? Like that's literally, and then some women don't even have kids and they'll bring that up. Like you don't even
Yeah.
like you
Well,
didn't even have a kid. What are you talking about? It's like
I
like come
mean,
on,
it's
man.
yeah. I mean, it's I think it's a 50-50 thing. Both parts are needed and to be equally prioritized for the sake
Yep.
of the human race. You can't prioritize the female carrying the baby over the sperm that came from the man that created the baby to begin with. I mean, women can't impregnate themselves. So it's like, but you're listening to society's brainwashing, you would assume that they could.
Well, if you go
Mhm.
with society's brainwashing, they don't need a man to have a kid no more. They've made a movie.
No, they
Oh,
can just,
they actually made a movie about that. It was called A World Without Men. And you can go find that movie, and that's the name of it. And that's what
wow.
the crux of the whole movie's about. It's the fucking entire world, society, and everything running without men. There ain't no men at all. They don't need men.
And that's just man, that's just it's bullshit.
Yeah, Dave and I were talking about this too. I think it's extremely sad how the raw strength and durability of the male physique, just biologically speaking, has been completely stripped of its value. We were discussing how if we were to have a financial revolution where a lot of these labor jobs that vast majority are taken by men in society were given substantial wage increases to where men could actually earn a really good living from using their strength and their
Yep.
physical fitness to actually make a really, really good living, that would actually start to put a lot of pride and, you know,
Right.
back
Yeah.
into men, back into how they feel. But, are we ever
Yeah.
going to see something
Unfortunately,
like
the
that
only
happen?
yeah, unfortunately, the only guys that are in that position are like professional athletes.
Right.
You know.
I mean, I used to, really enjoy, growing up watching pro sports and pro basketball, as a Dallas Cowboys fan and Dallas Mavericks and all that stuff. But when I
Right.
really take the time to sit back and think about how much money those athletes make just to throw a ball around and put on a
Yep.
show for people, it sickens me. It really does. I'm sorry. No, nobody, I don't care how hard they work or, how hard people assume they work, they are not worth
Yeah.
millions of
It's
dollars a year.
exactly. I
Forget
mean,
It's
about
a
it.
lot of
it's
money.
their salaries have gone up so much. Well, the average working man's salary has just basically stayed kind of stuck in neutral over the last 30 years. And you got these professional athletes, like you said, some of these major league pitchers are making $30 million a year to throw a baseball,
Oh, come on.
and it's just alienating to the average person, that's sitting in the stands paying, a couple $100 a ticket just to watch a foolish baseball game nowadays. Now I love the game of baseball, but and I kind of tend towards kind of stick towards going to minor league games, or these days, or if I'm on vacation, I'll if I can go to a ballpark, professional game at a fairly cheap price. I mean, there's still some parks out there that you can still get a pretty good deal, but around where I live up, obviously it's Fenway Park, and the tickets I used to get like 25 years ago were typically around $30, and they were good seats. They were like infield box seats, and those seats now are like $300 because all these corporations have come in and bought up like 70% of the seats, and they've left the shit seats for the average fans. The seats way out in the bleachers, and where you need binoculars to watch the game.
Jesus.
And that's it's all been so corporatized, professional sports.
It has been.
but
It has been.
like pretty much everything else in this country.
Yeah, and it's just, man, they're just not respected anymore. Or I don't know if we ever were, but they're not really respected. That's one thing I realized too. It's like when society tells women, like they literally teach women to not respect men. So why would they respect us? Like
No,
literally,
well,
even when you just brought up about like physicality and everything. That's that's my theory on this whole thing. Why they make it so shameful or whatever for a man to hit a woman is because they know that's the last thing that we have over them. So they take that away. So they shame you for that. I'm not saying you should hit a woman, but I'm saying like they shame you for that, not because oh you're so much bigger. Because okay, if a guy was way bigger than me and I like provoked him or whatever, hit him or something like that, am I supposed to respect him? Not not to hit me back. The whole thing is because they're taking everything away from us.
Right.
Man, we
Yeah.
don't have anything over them. They know that's the last thing that we have over them. That's why like I feel like it's so bullshit. Like when women would say like, oh, it's so scary. Like really? Like you're not scared of men. Be serious. Women are not scared of men because they
Yeah.
know that they don't have to be. They don't
Yeah.
have
Right.
to worry about us doing anything. So that's why they'll get all in your face. They do all this shit because they don't
Yeah.
they don't expect you to do anything.
Yeah. They've become over the years. They've become very aggressive and violent, and basically because they know they know they're protected. You know
Yeah.
the
Look at look
you
at
know you try
not
you try to do something and you try to defend yourself. I mean, you're gonna have all these, probably some couple of white knights nearby that'll come to her rescue,
yeah,
or the cops. They'll immediately take her side.
exactly. They know they're protected.
Hmm.
And that's why. And like another thing too, like the false accusation thing. One thing I realized about that, like as far as like celebrity men or whatever, and I'm not saying like I don't know if whatever the accusations happen or not, but one thing I realized is it's so crazy how you could be a powerful man, right? You could be like really rich and successful, and
Hmm.
even just a basic average woman still has that much power over you that she can accuse you of something, and it goes through the legal system and all that. Imagine if I was just accused, a random celebrity woman that she touched me, she did this to me. Nobody would care, like no, like it
Yeah.
wouldn't be taken seriously. But just an
Right.
average woman off the street could say this athlete or this celebrity, whatever, he did this, and it will get taken seriously. It's like they
Yeah.
even have power over those men.
Hmm. Yeah. It's amazing what some women will do. I mean, I remember one time I was at work, and I was just going to I was on my break. I was going to the coffee to get a cup of coffee, whatever. And I'm just walking by, and there's a guy and a girl arguing in a parking lot. And and the girl kind of calls me, kind of gets my attention. She, as I'm walking by, and she basically was trying to get me to fight this guy. They were arguing like over a parking spot or something
Oh,
like that.
man.
And and I just said to her, I says, listen, I'm just a bus driver here. I says, I'm not a police officer, and then she said, oh, well, I thought you might have been a real man or something like that. And I said,
Oh, come on.
and I
That's
then I said to the guy she was arguing with, I said, hey, listen, if you hit her twice, okay, once for you and once for me, And I
that
just
ties in
and I
perfect.
just walked away. I mean,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable with some of
that's
these.
literally. I'm so glad you brought that up too. That's the shit that pisses me off too. That thing where it's like, oh, we're just supposed to innately protect you. This like I used to work at Dollar General, right? I was a cashier there, and I was ringing people up one time, and a man and a woman got into it in line. They got into an argument. I don't think they were together or anything, but they got into an argument, and it wasn't like anything really serious, like they were gonna fight or anything. They kind of just got into an argument. But then this other black woman, she jumped in it for no reason, just trying to defend the woman or whatever, and she started arguing with the guy. And I'm thinking like, okay,
Oh, God.
say this. What if this guy was crazy, right? What if this guy just, I don't know, just wanted to punch you in the face or something like that? Like, who are you gonna look to protect you? Like, oh yeah, I'm the only guy standing here, so I'm in it, right? Now you're putting me in it, and this is one thing that I learned from I brought him up before, the late Patrice O'Neal. He talked about this before, about how he said he was with his girl one time and she got into it with a guy. She was all in the guy's face, and he said, "You know what I did? I just walked away." And he said when he walked away, she chased him, like ran up to him, like, "Why would you run away? He could have did this." And he was like, he stopped her. Before she could say anything else, he was like, "He could have did what?" And he was like, "That's why you need to learn respect, because he could have punched you in your face, and then the only thing you would have did was look at me to protect you." And I'm like, that's so true. Like they would just get in the guy's face. They would just do all this stuff, and it's like, now you're putting some random guy. Now, what if he knocks me out? Like now you put me in danger. Like now,
Right.
like I'm just standing right here, and I swear, like I thought about that when I was behind the register. I'm like, and I even told, 'cause
Yeah.
I had a woman manager or whatever, and I even told her how I felt about that. I'm like, that black lady shouldn't have got into it though. I'm like, she
Yeah.
should have minded her business. Like he wasn't in her face like he was about to hit her or anything like that. And she was like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. I'm like,
Yeah.
because I'm standing here and I know I'm the only. If he starts going crazy, then it's
Right.
like they're gonna look at me. Like,
Yeah.
don't put me in that.
Yeah,
Like, come on, now.
it's sad, and there's been a lot of guys that have actually lost their lives trying to be a hero, thinking that it's their obligation to like
Yeah,
get involved, and next thing you know, they're getting knifed in the gut,
bro, that is
and it-
one of the most dangerous. I realized that, like, never put yourself in somebody else's business like that. Like,
right.
Mm.
unless
And
I
I've
mean, you could break stuff up or whatever, but it's like that is you don't know what's going on, and you just
right,
jumping in somebody else's business. Like,
like
And
that thing I was talking about with me, when I was just walking by there, and that girl called me over, and I mean, there was an incident that happened sort of like that. Actually, there's been a lot of incidents like that, and the guy tries to come to her aid, and he ends up getting killed, and the woman just walks away and just doesn't even give two shits about this guy that just tried to help her, even losing his life.
wow, and we supposed to
So,
protect them.
yeah,
That's so crazy to me. Like that they just expect that. Like,
Well, they actually do. I can remember a case probably about 7 or 8 years ago. A female on New York City's was being attacked by a guy who was trying to steal her purse and shit. A homeless guy came to her rescue. The homeless guy gets stabbed. The perp runs off after stabbing the homeless guy who went to rescue the woman. The woman walked away, never even called the ambulance, and left him there to die.
wow.
Jesus.
mm,
There's another element of that line of discussion. Talking about the physicality, getting physical with women. You hear a lot of these pickup artists, like these guys like Casey Zander, and they'll say things like, well, the reason why women aren't attracted to you is because women don't respect you. And the reason why women don't respect you is because you don't exert your dominance over them. And I'm sitting here listening to this and I'm thinking to myself, well, what the hell am I supposed to do? Is anytime I get into an argument with the woman, am I supposed to just bitch slap her and say, listen, bitch, I'm in charge? It's like, no,
Mm,
I'm facing serious prison time if I do something like that. We don't have the
right.
freedom to do that these days.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's just a cop out. That's all that is.
I said it before. They want our masculinity when it benefits them.
Mm.
They don't want us to just be naturally masculine or whatever. They want it when it benefits them, when it's to protect them. But then they want to talk about toxic masculinity. Well, which one is it? Like, you
Yeah,
want
I
men to be
mean,
masculine or
Right.
not? Like,
from my perspective, I don't think it's ever healthy, and I'm not advocating, in no way the idea that men should be allowed to just beat the shit out of women and push them around and
yeah,
just control them physically however they wish. But I do feel as though if you're in a relationship with a woman or you're dealing with a woman and she's disrespecting you and she's all up in your grill, you should at least have a little bit of freedom to, you know, give her a solid, push against the wall just to like reinforce her into realizing that, look, you're the man, you're the one who, quote unquote, has the physical strength and she should respect and submit to that. But obviously you can't even do anything like that in today's day and age, because
Oh
if you do,
no, that's jail
you do that
time.
to the wrong woman, she'll give you with false rape allegation, call the cops on you, and you're in a world of trouble.
Hmm.
this is why I always, and I don't care how crazy it might sound, when it comes to that type of altercation, whatever, between a man and woman, I always just believe that the woman started it. I'm like,
Mm.
I'm not like, look, yeah, there's probably guys out there that might beat on their girlfriend, all this stuff like, but most men, it's not. That's not even that's not even it's not an instinct for us. We don't want to put our hands on women or whatever. They are
Right.
provoked most of the time. My one of my younger cousins, something happened between him and his girlfriend. Where he said she was like swinging at him or something, and I don't know. He ended up scratching her or something, and and I'm like, before I even knew the situation, as soon as I seen him, because I already heard like what happened to her. As soon as I seen him, I said, I already know it was her fault. That's what I told him. I'm like, I know it was her fault, and I'm like, I don't even have to hear the story. It's like, I know like, that's not what guys do, but they try to paint it like that. That's not what guys do. They get provoked. I think
Yeah.
most of the time guys are provoked. I'm
Well,
not saying it's right.
that is actually true. There's been studies done on that. And the majority of all domestic abuse cases, that is the majority, was instigated and started by the female.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I know I keep referencing Patrice O'Neill or whatever, but he also talked about that's the difference between when men get into it or whatever. That's why men have more respect, because we learn consequences very harshly. Like, if I'm getting into an argument with a man, I know that it might can turn violent. Anything can happen. I have that innate, like, I know that already. I know what the consequences could be. So I'm not just gonna get all in your face or whatever like that. And I wouldn't expect you to do the same thing, because I know, like, with women, I honestly think, like, dangerously, they do not have that. Like, they don't have that, like, that consequence thing. They don't think that. And that's so dangerous, that you think you can just like get in the guy's face and do all this stuff. You don't know what he's gonna do. Like, you have to be prepared for anything if you're gonna do that. Like you're just gonna get in some random person's face and just think
Right.
you can do whatever you want to. It's like nothing in them tells them this might not be a good idea. But as a
Yep.
man, it's like it's more respect. If I'm having a discussion with another man or whatever, it's like we both know, okay, I'm not gonna push a certain limit.
Hmm.
I don't expect him to push a certain limit, because if it goes there, anything could happen. Now I have to be
Right.
prepared to fight or anything. Women don't think
Yeah.
like that.
I know you got like women out there, and I noticed this trend lately. They'll, getting, the road rage trend. This epidemic that's been going on.
Right.
Women getting out of their vehicles and going after guys. In physically threatening ways. And something happens to them. And the guy's on the hot seat. There's one case that happened about a week or two ago that I noticed. This woman actually really kind of went out of her way to follow this guy.
Crazy.
Chased after him, followed him for miles, and she finally caught up to him somewhere, and she got out of her car and basically put this guy in a position where he had to defend himself. And the guy, I guess, picked her up and threw her down. I guess the woman hit her head, and now she's in a coma in the hospital.
Jesus.
And now he's like, in court over this, and he's looking at like 10 years. He's just basically looking at many, many years in jail, because he was, put in a position to defend himself.
It's like what are you even thinking? Like that's such a reckless, attitude to have. Like that you just it's such an arrogant thing.
Mhm.
That you just think you can provoke somebody like that. Like, but like I said, man, like we understand that we understand because we have consequences behind our actions. It's
Yeah,
real
but you gotta
consequences.
put yourself back in the woman's shoes, okay? Think about it. She grew up because male shaming in the media has been going on for 30 plus years. So these women grew up watching a TV set and I'm listening to music like everybody else. And the message they got is that men were vile, predators, rapists. We were everything disgusting. This is the message they got. Then when they
Yep.
get a little older, they see the power they have with their vagina, okay? And they watch how men pander over them and fight over them. And they love it. It builds their ego, okay?
Mhm.
So you have a psychopathic society. So what did you expect? These women now in road rage, of course she's going to be attacking the guy and getting verbally in his face because she knows she can.
Exactly.
And look at
Exactly.
how look at how this guy is like, going through looking at like 10 years in jail. Now you had a guy recently, basically the same thing, but the roles reversed. The guy got out of his truck and came after this woman, and this woman, she was like actually kind of a young woman, maybe like 18 years old, something like that, ends up stabbing this guy, okay? And she's basically not really getting in any kind of trouble. She's basically looking at like just kind of like misdemeanor assault or something like that. And this guy didn't even use a weapon. He basically picked her up and just kind of threw her to the ground. He didn't have a weapon on him. And this guy's looking at all these felonies, and
And you know what? Just to go back to what Bill said, another thing I tell men too, it's like you're just rewarding bad behavior when you like, okay, say you have a girlfriend or whatever, and she put you in that type of situation. Like I said with my younger cousin or whatever, I was telling them the same thing. I'm like, you just like, how is she gonna like? What consequences are you making her face? Like, you're still like, you're still being nice to her, still talking to her right after that. It's like it's no consequences being laid down. Like it's no line that you're drawing that says you can't treat me like that and put me in that type of situation, and I'm just gonna be okay with it. A lot of guys they still go right back to those women that put them in jail or something like that because of some type of whatever this domestic dispute that they provoked, and it's just like you're just rewarding bad behavior. Like don't
yeah,
call her, don't talk, like go talk to somebody else. I told my younger cousin, I'm like, why don't you just go talk to another girl? Like
yeah,
what is this so special about her? But it's like that's how guys are. Like we just constantly run back to them, and they're not gonna like they're never gonna learn.
yeah.
They're never
When you
gonna
met,
learn.
yeah, when you keep rewarding that problem, it just keeps magnifying the problem, making it worse.
It does. And that's what we see going on all the time. Men are pampering and spoiling women and turning their backs and allowing their wrongs and not holding them accountable. But yet a man's held accountable for his every damn move.
Mhm.
Bro, I'm telling you, I would be done with them so quick now. Any little sign of like, okay, this is not working out, I'm gonna go be happy with somebody else or just by myself if I have to. It's like I'm not gonna. But that's what like a lot of men and I don't blame this on men either because it's like a lot of men, like it's different for us. We don't have like the options and all that stuff. So a lot of guys get desperate,
Yeah.
and it's like if they feel like that's the only option they have. But it's like no, like it's not the only option. You also have an
Mm.
option to not be in that situation. Like like I wouldn't even talk to her again. Like that would be it. But that and I can't act like I didn't go through that either. I went through stuff like that too, where it's like you know getting into all this stuff, you know, with a certain female, and I'm still going back to her or still talking to her or whatever. And it's like it doesn't matter if you could tell them, you could literally express how you feel. I don't like when you do this, and don't telling them is not enough. Like you have to it have to be actions. You have to show like, okay, I'm gonna go deal with somebody else. Then I'm gonna go. I'll go talk. I'll go give my time to another female. And I'm telling you, they would look at it totally different if they really. I mean, if they really care about the guy or whatever, they'll probably start to realize like, oh, he, you know, like he doesn't like when somebody thinks that you need them, they'll treat you like that. So when you constantly run back to a female, whatever, she thinks, oh, he needs me. He's gonna always come back because he needs me. Like, no, I don't need you. That's what you got to show him through action. Like, I don't need to talk to you. I could talk to
Yeah,
somebody else. I'm not that
Yeah.
desperate.
it's a phenomenal point, bro. Really is. A lot
Yeah.
of
And I
people
had to learn
forget
that the
about
hard way.
Yeah.
I
Well,
really had to
guys,
learn.
we've been up here about 4.5 hours now, so I'm gonna cut it for tonight. Okay. And thank you, Hayden. I
Yes,
appreciate that.
sir.
And to the TFL man there. I do my
Hey, thanks
live
again,
stream. I
man.
do my live streams on Saturday. You're in my Zooms list. If you choose to want to come on the show Saturday night, just go to the chat and type me and say hi, and I'll bring you in. Okay?
Definitely. Thanks again, Bill. Like I said, I appreciate you doing these streams. I'm glad I got to come on and talk. But yeah, we need stuff like this, you know, for the community. We need to talk and express these type of things.
Well, I think tonight's been a really good
Absolutely.
discussion between Steve from Texas and Hayden, and with you coming on and Dave being here. I think we've had a lot of good conversation going on tonight, and we made a lot of good points, and I think it's been a
Yeah,
really good
definitely.
show. So,
Phenomenal.
but
Mhm.
let's get on out of here, guys, and I'll be back on Saturday night.
All right.
All
All
right, you
right.
guys take
Thank you,
care, man.
Bill.
Yep.
Dave,
All
good
right.
chatting with you.
Okay.
TFL
All right.
man.
You
Yep.
too. You
Bye
too,
bye,
guys.
guys.